Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up.
Good morning. Good morning. Hope you guys all had a good evening. Welcome back to J is for Justice. This is day 2 of our reading of James Patterson and Vicki Ward, One Night in Idaho. We got through more than half the book yesterday, so we're going to see how far we can get today. But we also have a hearing starting in 100 minutes. I don't know what time that makes that. What's 100 minutes from now? But regardless, I've got court TV pulled up over here. We're waiting. So we have a hearing today where the media is going to ask the judge to unseal the documents. So what we have is the prosecution filing yesterday saying, unseal it. Go ahead. You know what? We rescind our gag order. There's no use to have it. So the defense has, or the prosecution has said, we're good. However, in typical Ann Koberger fashion, she has said no. It's at 12:30. Thank you, Holly. So Ann Taylor's saying, nope, we want him sealed until sentencing due to his safety. So, in my opinion, that's Brian Koberger still being a pain in the ass. Just because he can. So 1.5 hours and 10 minutes. That'd be 11. 12:30. Truck U was right. Thank you, Truck U. So we have them saying, no, we want to keep it sealed until the sentencing. So we'll see what happens. Maybe the judge will finally tell Ann Taylor to bite it, and we'll get to see what's in the documents. Until that time, until 12:30, I'm going to be reading nonstop, maybe. And we're starting with chapter 67. The link to this book is going to be scrolling in the chat if you guys would like to purchase it, if you haven't already. Okay, I'm Eastern. So 11:30 Eastern, 12:30 Central Time. We have the media hearing, and we will be tuning into it right here on J is for Justice. All right, here we go. Chapter 67. Priest Lake, Idaho. November 15th, 2022. Everywhere Stacy looks in the house at Priest Lake, she sees memories of her beloved dead son. From the deck behind the kitchen at the back of the house, she can see the 12th hole of the golf course. To the front, headed down a slope to the pond, is the 13th. How many times have she, Jim, and the kids roared with laughter coming over that hill, a few drinks worse for wear, mindful to aim their balls to the left side of the slope? It's a tight-knit community out here, and everyone knew Ethan. One of the neighbors affixed a cross to the front door. Many of the acts of kindness that will flood the Chapins in the next few days and weeks. None of which Stacy will forget. In the afternoon, she and Jim head out to the snow for a walk, partly to catch their breath, but partly to also talk about how to best support Hunter and Maisie. They are in the woods when their phones start to ring and ring with unknown callers. Weird, Stacy thinks. She wouldn't have expected cell reception out here. But also, who outside of family and law enforcement wants them so badly? Turns out that almost every news organization in the world wants them. In the next hours and days, all 4 Chapins are besieged with phone voicemails, texts, DMs, and emails from every journalist of every stripe. Stacy later said, "It would be easier to list who did not contact us. Literally everybody, every news organization, CNN, Anderson Cooper, The Today Show, Good Morning America, all the Idaho stations. It was crazy. They make a family decision. They won't talk to anyone. It's a plus they'll discover that they bought the Priest Lake house relatively recently because no one can find them in the Idaho database." That night, Stacy and Jim lay awake again. 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. They check in with each other every hour, on the hour, and rise early to put on a pot of coffee and walk again. The phones start ringing early, and not just media. They got a call from the funeral home back in LaConner. Their friend Kirk Duffy runs it. He has a relationship with Kathy Mabutt, the Latah County coroner. He's on his way to Spokane, which is where Ethan's body has been taken for autopsy. He tells them they need to pick a date for Ethan's funeral service. Stacy and Jim chose the following Monday because that gives them enough time to be ready, but also enough for the students who come to get back to their families from Thanksgiving. Maisie and Hunter still have their social media on, and Tuesday morning is when Stacy becomes aware of the rumors on TikTok in the wake of a new press statement with information that a, quote, edged weapon, such as a knife, was used to kill her son and the other victims, and that the weapon has not been located. Social media is also rife with rumors that Ethan was part of a love triangle. Maybe drugs were involved. Maisie is so upset, she uninstalls TikTok from her phone. It's in this moment that Stacy temporarily forgets her grief. Instead, she feels blazing anger. "I don't mind telling you, I went out of my fucking mind. Nobody gets to defame Ethan. Nobody gets to speculate like this about her son. She doesn't know where this is coming from, but she's got to stop it." Fortuitously, Priest Lake friends and neighbors, Evelyn Allison, Ethan's ex-girlfriend, and her mother Kim, who worked in broadcasting in Spokane, knock at the door. Stacy asks Kim for help. She wants to call up one media organization and do one press interview, preferably with a local journalist whom they can trust. A young woman named Connor Board at King 5 Seattle is the journalist she selects. Kim acts as a director. She sets Stacy and Jim up in chairs in front of bookshelves in the living room and positions Stacy's laptop so they all fit in the frame. And the interview begins. It lasts around 10 minutes. Stacy and Jim look alternately shell-shocked and tearful throughout as Board gently questions them about Ethan's love of sports and people. Through her grief, Stacy is articulate and deliberate. "It's important for us to get Ethan's story out," she says. "We don't really want anybody else representing him, and it's hard to have people speaking on his behalf, so we think it's best we do this." She continues, "I mean, the reason we've agreed to do this is there's some misinformation out there, and that's been hard for us, and that's why we as a family talked about it and agreed to do this, because the things that are being said are 100% not true. There's not drugs involved. There's not some weird love triangle. All the kids were just really good, great kids." Not long after they're done, Stacy hears tires crunch on the driveway. It's Emily and Hunter Johnson. They've driven up from Post Falls, having spent the night with Hunter's mom. They are clearly still in shock. Emily whispers that Hunter Johnson has not spoken for 24 hours. Wow. Oh, Jesus. That's tough to hear. Poor Hunter. He didn't speak for 24 hours. Stacy phones Karen Allant, Emily's mom, who is at the Allant family condo in Mexico. I just want you to know that they're here and they are safe, she tells her. But are they okay? Clearly not, Stacy thinks. The young couple's plan is to fly to Mexico to join Emily's parents. Stacy is worried that isolation will worsen their trauma, not ease it. This is a moment when they all need comfort from one another. That afternoon and evening, the group huddles in the living room, talking and remembering Ethan. Hunter Johnson relaxes and, to Emily's relief, speaks. He and Hunter Chapin go down memory lane, at one point getting out their phones and comparing text messages with Ethan on that last awful night. Early that evening, the group drives down to Hills Resort to find food. The team there has heard the news and welcomes them with open arms. Stacy captures the moment on her iPhone. She'll take all the comfort she can get. She knows the coroner will call any moment with details she doesn't really want to hear. Details as to how her son died. She knows from Kirk that the autopsy is taking longer than expected. It's possible that Ethan could be transported tomorrow, not today, from Spokane to Mount Vernon for his funeral service. Her son will be on I-90, the same road that the family has to drive. As she lies in bed that night, Stacy shudders, already worrying about tomorrow. Pray to God, she thinks. We don't wind up overtaking Kirk's white Suburban. Other drivers won't know it, but she will. It's Ethan's hearse. Chapter 68. Moscow, Idaho, November 16, 2022. Chief Fry reads through his script one more time before heading to the podium in the police conference room. He and Thompson have gone through the boundaries of what he can say again and again. The key thing is he's not going to tell the media, and indirectly the perpetrator, that they've got the knife sheath found next to Maddie, and that it has been booked into evidence and gone to a laboratory for analysis. His job is to keep the mob happy. So he puts his game face on and pats Thompson on the back, and they head into the room of panting press. Chief Fry has never done a live press conference before. That explains why his voice was so shaky, right? He was nervous. He'd never done this before. Much less one in front of the national media. He makes sure that the rest of the PR team is flanking him before he begins introductions. Behind him, and Thompson, are UI President Scott Green, Provost and Vice President Tori Lawrence, Dean Blaine Eccles, Latah County Sheriff Richie Skiles, Latah County Chief Deputy Tim Best, and head of the ISP, Colonel Kedrick Wills. Each one of them had been advised, either by counsel or communications teams or both, as to what to say and what not to say if questioned. Eccles' wife, Shelley, begged him not to say something aggressive, like, "We're going to get whoever did this." The assumption they are all going on is the guy is watching. Is it possible he's even in the room? Evan Ellis is shocked to see Thompson up there. Bill Thompson never attends press conferences. Does the rest of the media realize the gravity of the situation that this implies? Ellis looks around at the stony faces. Probably not. Fry begins the substance of his spiel, mangling the pronunciation of Chapin and Gonsalves. His news nugget is not really anything new, and he knows it. It's simply that the 4 victims were stabbed, and the law enforcement hasn't found the weapon. They also appeared to be no forced entry into the home. Fry confirms what everybody already knows, and he knows it. The ISP, FBI, and Latah County Sheriff's Office are all helping with the investigation. Then he drops the powder keg in the room. Quote, "We believe this was an isolated target attack on our victims. We do not have a suspect at this time, and that individual is still out there. We cannot say if there is no threat to the community. And as we have stated, please stay vigilant. Report any suspicious activity and be aware of your surroundings at all times. He knows that come the Q&A session, there will be a pandemonium, and there he is. He gets the same question put 4 different ways from 4 different reporters. You guys have repeatedly said, there's no threat to the public, one of them says. Why did you say that? And why are you changing your mind? Fry rewords his answer 4 different ways, knowing as he does so that each one sounds worse than the one before. The first, in these cases, we take the totality of things that we can see. And they're very dynamic, right? And they're very big. And there's a lot of information. And we try to take that information, and some of what we can't share with you, correct. But we try to take that information and we try to make the best educated decision we can. So at that time, we believe that there was no threat. The second, like I said, we took the information that we had at the time, but we do not need to be aware that the individual, but we need to be aware that the individual is still out there. We need to be vigilant. The third, like I said, we take the totality of the situation. We try to make the best bit of information we can with everything that comes in, and then we make our decision off of that. So at this time, I'm not going to expand upon that. The fourth, we still believe it's a targeted attack, but the reality is there's still a person out there who committed 4 horrible, horrible crimes. So I think we've got to go back to there is a threat still out there. Possibly, we don't know. Do you guys remember those press conferences? We were like, what? What's he talking about? Why is he speaking out of both sides of his mouth? Like, what's going on? It's brutal. He knows this is not going well. Understatement. Over in Pullman, Mayor Glenn Johnson, who has a PhD in communications from WSU, watches and shakes his head. He says, James is a nice guy. He got overwhelmed, I think. When he hears about that, Fry thinks that the criticism is both fair and unfair. Fry is just trying to do his job. And his job until now has been to catch the bad guys, not to feed stories to the press. But he's learning the hard way, apparently. Feeding stories to the press is now a major part of his job. Irritatingly, there is the inevitable question about Art Betke's statement. The mayor called it a crime of passion. Is there any indication that that's true? We're looking into every aspect of this. I'm not going to speculate whether it's one thing or another. His audience can see how uncomfortable he is. Worse, his audience isn't confined to this room. This is being beamed to TV screens across the country. His own mother's watching. Someone brings up the Twitch video, mentioning that Gonsalves family has verified Maddie and Kaylee are in it. Fry tries to sound a lot more patient than he feels. We are aware of the video, and it has helped. It gives us a time and space where we know that 2 of our victims were, and that helps us a ton. And we'll continue to follow up all leads that we can and continue to gather those. And inevitably, the questions about the 2 surviving roommates come thick and fast. Why was there such a long delay before they called? Are they suspects? Then one reporter refers to them as witnesses. They are now in dangerous territory. Fry knows. Bill Thompson will be bristling. Protect the investigation. Protect the investigation. I don't think I ever said they were witnesses. I said they were there. When he gets the question about whether he's interviewing boyfriends, it comes as almost a relief. For once, he's got a strong answer. I will tell you, we're looking at everyone. Every tip we get, every lead we get, there's no one that we're not going to talk to. There's no one we're not going to interview. There's no one that we're not going to look into, and we're going to do our due diligence. We're going to make sure that nothing goes unturned, and that we do everything we can within the assistance of all the resources we have to get the final answer. What Fry doesn't realize is that the country's true crime internet mob will now take it upon themselves to look into anyone and everyone connected to each of the 4 victims. And those people will now have to deal with not only shock and grief, but also an online slaughter of hate mail, trolling, and worse. They will begin to fear not just the darkness of night, but daylight and social media too. Some nutters will even accuse Fry of being the murderer. He's highly visible. By the next afternoon, Chief Fry sees at least 10 FBI agents scurrying around. "Do I know you?" he asks when one of the female agents introduces herself. "No, sir," she replies, "but I've seen you on TV." Chapter 69. Puerto Aventuras, Mexico, November 18th, 2022. Emily ought to feel relaxed by the azure water and the hot sun, but instead she's wired. She's glued to her phone. Someone has texted her a link to a YouTube video on 4chan showing old TikToks of her and Hunter Johnson. The self-described internet sleuths are suggesting that Emily and Hunter committed the murders after some sort of drug deal went bad and then left the country. I remember that. I remember her being tagged in Mexico and it being said that she left the country to get away from the law. I do. She wonders how the heck anyone knows she's out of the country. Then she realizes it must be someone who saw her on Snapchat. The night they got to Mexico, it was Hunter's birthday. They'd gone out for tall, strong margaritas. Emily had taken a selfie of the two of them, exhausted, hugging, their green drinks visible on the table. Without any context, it might have looked like a regular vacation pic. She'd posted it to Snapchat because she wanted Hunter to feel appreciated. It backfired. Immediately, Emily takes her social media accounts private, something she never imagined she'd want to do. She never understood why people even bothered to have private accounts. But now the dark corners of the internet are full of fingers pointed at the small group of friends who sat on the curb outside 1122 King Road on that Sunday. Commentators are guessing which of them committed the murders. There's speculation about Emily and Hunter, Dylan, Bethany, Jack DeCoeur, and Jake Schreiger, Maddie's boyfriend. And after the release of the Grub Truck video, there's speculation about the young man in the hooded sweatshirt who appeared to follow Maddie and Kaylee to their rideshare. Hoodie guy is Jack Showalter. Emily learns that he's a Delt, whom the older Pi-Fis know. Even Emily finds herself sucked into the grim guessing game about which of them might be the murderer. She goes through the list. Jake? Emily finds that super hard to believe because he'd been texting them frantically, sounded panicked. When the friends were sitting outside the King Road house, she feels horrible that none of them responded. Jack DeCoeur? No way. When he arrived at the King Road house, he was clearly as shocked as they were. Hoodie guy? Jack Showalter? Emily is hesitant to write him off because she doesn't really know him, and some of the older Pi-Fis have said occasionally when drunk, he can seem belligerent. At least for now, there's no other strong potential suspect. It's not Dylan or Bethany, so who? Emily considers herself thick-skinned. She's never been the type of person to care what others say about her. But here in Mexico, 3,700 miles from Moscow, she's scared. Truly terrified. Maybe the killer followed them here to her parents' house. At night in the dark, she clings to Hunter Johnson and keeps the bedroom light on. Neither of them walk anywhere alone after sundown. The one night of my college life that I wasn't with Xana, someone murdered her, she said. Was that person trying to hurt her? Is that person now stalking her? Emily's mom, Karen, feels helpless watching the two young adults walk around like zombies, shells of the people they were just a week ago. She can see that Hunter, mute for much of the trip, is still in the early stages of intense shock. While Emily is trying to mother Hunter, Dylan, Josie, Bethany, and Lyndon, that's her way of coping. Karen regularly speaks to Jessica, Hunter's mom, wondering what they can do to put an end to the online bombardment. The advice they receive from Bill Thompson's office is simply not to engage. But as every day passes, the speculation gets more lurid. There are posts everywhere of old footage of Hunter wearing zip ties answering the door at 1122 King Road to police who'd been called about a noise complaint. This raises questions online as to whether he was into bondage. Emily rolls her eyes at this. The truth is so prosaic if one isn't looking for anything salacious. Hunter answered the door to cops at 1122 King Road because they were in the middle of a game of champagne shackles, and Hunter and Kaylee were the only members of the group of legal drinking age. Another internet sleuth, Jonathan Lee Riches, makes a YouTube video suggesting that Xana's dad had put a lock on the King Road's front. Wait, let me read that over. Another internet sleuth, Jonathan Lee Riches, makes a YouTube video suggesting that Xana's dad had put a lock on the King Road house's front door the week before the murders because he was worried that Emily threw wild parties there. Emily, it's suggested, is someone the police are looking at as the possible murderer. In fact, Xana's dad never put a lock on the door of the King Road house. There's another rumor. Remember, we heard for so long that Xana's dad had put a new lock on the door. Didn't happen. Good morning, Miss Potato. At her wit's end, Hunter's mom, Jessica, phones Chief Fry. Please, she says, can you do something to stop this? Can you say publicly they aren't suspects? The next day, Fry gives a press conference. He states that the surviving roommates and all the others at the house that morning, the rideshare driver and the man in the hooded sweatshirt seen outside the food truck, are not being treated as suspects. For 24 hours, there is a reprieve online, but then it explodes again, even worse than before. Emily and Karen think this is partly because the Gonsalves family sat for a TV interview in which Christy said the police might have cleared people too quickly. And Steve appeared to agree. Karen and Emily understand that Steve and Christy want to find the murderer, but they wish that hadn't been articulated. It's the first time that the families affected most by the murders disagree as to what the right plan of action is to bring whoever did this to justice. But it won't be the last. Chapter 70. Moscow, Idaho, November 18th, 2022. Chief Fry is looking at the TV in bewilderment. He's watching the Moscow coroner, Kathy Mabut, his longtime friend and colleague, appearing via Zoom on yet another news program to discuss the autopsy findings. Kathy, 72, is a local wonder. On top of being the county coroner, she's a public defender and a nurse who has worked in the ER for 16 years. In 2015, when John Lee shot his mother and two others at an Arby's, she acted simultaneously as a nurse for the wounded and as a coroner. In 2005, when the Wells brothers murdered UI football player Eric McMillan, the judge asked, tongue-in-cheek, if she could be both their defense lawyer and their health care provider. She started as coroner back in 2006, and the job had a steep learning curve for the first 6 months. There were 7 homicides in the county. On her very first call, she and Chief Fry examined a body that hadn't been found for 3 days. Fry smeared Vicks in under his nose, an old cop trick to avoid the smell, but Kathy was a rookie. She didn't know the trick. Eventually, Kathy could bear it no longer and told him she couldn't focus because he had extremely large boogers hanging out of his nose. So Kathy and Fry go way back. He knows that she knows what she's doing. She understands procedure. I literally can't. I could have gone without knowing that Kathy Mabut thought that Chief Fry had boogers on their first call together. Chapter 70, Moscow, Idaho, November 18th, 2022. Chief Fry is looking at the TV. Oh, wait, I already read that. Sorry. I got confused. And yet, here she is on national TV. Fry said later, that was the moment he realized how truly big this story was, how impossible it was for everyone around him to avoid getting caught up in it. They say when people riot, they don't even know sometimes what they're rioting for. They just get caught up in the frenzy. On TV, Kathy is telling interviewers that when she got to the scene at 1122 King Road at about 5:30 p.m. on Sunday, November 13th, she determined the victims had died from multiple stabbings. She knocks down suggestions of a murder-suicide. Most of them just had one wound that was the lethal one, she tells News Nation's Ashley Banfield, adding that in each case, the lethal cut was to the chest area or above. Banfield asks if the victims were slashed, and her answer echoes the mayor's comments earlier in the week. It was a pretty large knife, so it's really hard to call them puncture wounds. It was a stabbing. It has to be somebody who was pretty angry to stab four people to death. What Mabut doesn't say on TV, but does say in private, which perhaps explains why she felt moved to speak out, is that in all her years on the job, the scene she found when she got to King Road was, quote, right up there among the worst. She'd dealt with multiple homicides, but she'd never come across a scene like that, where all the bodies were right there together. And then just their ages, too. You'd have to be inhuman to not be affected. But there's plenty about the autopsy results that she shares with law enforcement and the victims' families only. Telling the families the autopsy details, that's the worst part of her job. For instance, she doesn't say on air that Ethan was stabbed once in the buttocks and once in the carotid artery. But that's what she tells Stacy. Stacy doesn't want to know anything other than that Ethan died fast and without suffering. She never even reads the autopsy report. Kathy doesn't tell reporters that Xana's fingers were almost severed, a sign she fought back hard before dropping to the floor. But that's what she tells Jeffrey Kernodle. She doesn't tell anyone that Kaylee's wounds suggest that she woke up and struggled. But that's what she tells Olivia Gonsalves on the phone when, that is, Olivia reaches her after she's seen Kathy on a local news channel. It's the first time Olivia gleans that the killer was likely angry. Kathy Mabut reports on a frenzied stabbing, troubled many locals too. This is a hunting community and most people have large hunting knives. Rand Walker, the local psychologist, whom Fries asks to counsel his PD members, notices that his friends and neighbors are staring at his arms. He starts staring back. Who among them has knife wounds? The problem is that many people do. It's common to nick yourself when skinning an elk. Most people return on Sunday nights after weekend hunting trips, looking somewhat worse for wear. Until now, Until now, no one had thought twice about it. Blaine Eccles, the UI dean, can't keep this question out of his mind. Was it one of his students who wielded the knife? He's worried because he needs to plan a vigil for some time after Thanksgiving, when the students are back. But by then, he naively assumes police will have caught the suspect. But then, a few days into his planning, he asks Moscow Police Captain Roger Lanier how he's doing. Lanier answers, "Each morning I wake up excited, and each afternoon I go home dejected, because it doesn't feel like they're getting anywhere." Chapter 71. Moscow, Idaho, November 20th, 2022. It's been barely a week since the murders, and the chief has received maybe 500 emails from strangers about the case. Some good, some bad. Some are very bad. One guy who says he lives in California writes that he's going to appear in the police station parking lot and take him out. Then the same guy sends him dick pics. Chief Fry was getting dick pics? What a weirdo. Who would do that? Surprised it wasn't Brian. At night, the chief keeps his 12-gauge shotgun in the bedroom. He's grateful that 2 of his daughters are married and have different last names, and that the third lives a 5-hour drive away. Another person who says he's in Florida started emailing the chief weekly, telling him he will fail and that this is going to be the next John Bonet case. A woman emails Fry and says she knows the truth. He's the murderer, and he's going to frame someone else in order to look good. Many people claiming to be in law enforcement write him and tell him he's screwing everything up. Fry is used to hate mail, although not this much at once. But that's not his primary aggravation right now. It's the image building across the country of Moscow being a podunk little town where nothing ever happens, with a police department that looks like Keystone Cops. One reporter criticizes Fry for going home to change into his uniform and get his gun before heading to the crime scene. His longtime ride-along partner, Paul Kowakowski, tells him Paul's own brother called from Cincinnati and asked, "What is this rinky-dink cop operation?" Plus, Fry's now got to deal with the conspiracy theories out there. There's one floating around about the victims having been gagged and bound. Another says the police failed to look in the garbage at 1122 King Road. Another suggests Kaylee had talked about a stalker who must be the killer. The murder-suicide story is still making the rounds. Then there are all the accusations being hurled at the surviving roommates and the victim's close friends. Fry knows that it was a mistake not to come out sooner than he did say something. He inadvertently created an information vacuum, and that's why he now has to spend time he can't spare rebutting some of the crank stuff flying around on social media and Reddit. Truth be told, he'd never looked at Reddit, didn't even know what it was, until his son told him he was now famous on it. This is a learning curve, but Fry's not too proud to admit, after that first disastrous press conference, that he needs help. State brings in a public information officer from outside Boise, a guy named Aaron Snell, to act as his coach. From now on, the chief isn't going to utter a word in public without rehearsing with Snell and his colleagues first. "They would literally drill me for at least an hour," he said later. "They worked with me on the fluctuations of my voice. They would act like they were the national press, and they would come at me to see how I would answer each question." In his head, he's clear on what information needs to stay privileged for the investigation. The key is not to give any of it away, which is proving harder than he imagined. Fry has huge respect for the press, but he doesn't like that the national media, unlike Evan Ellis and the locals he trusts, seem to think they're owed a narrative from him. Justice be damned. They think they can have it right now. They want it right now. Fry doesn't believe that either the press or the community should know everything. That isn't their right. One news organization even called the police station and said they required protection for their crew. "It's in our contract," the guy apparently said. Fry exploded when this was relayed to him. "Well, it's not in my contract," he said. Whenever Fry walks anywhere, he's followed, photographed, and peppered with questions by the press. He discovers that the media can see through the police station blinds to his computer screen. So he buys butcher paper and plasters it all over the station windows. Why, he asks himself periodically, why did I ever sign up for this? Fry's mom once asked him that question, and his answer wasn't too profound. Because somebody's got to do it, Mom. But the truth is, he believes in public service, just like he believes in God. He and his wife, Julie, share an unshakable faith that gets them through the day. In May of 2007, when police officer Lee Newbill was killed, Fry was called into the live shooting, and he was running out the door. Julie said, "Hey, just one last thing, come home to me." He got home over 24 hours later and asked if she'd slept okay. "I've never slept better," she replied. He was puzzled. Why hadn't she been worried? "Do you love me?" he'd asked her. "I do love you. You've trained your whole life for this day. You have God in control of your life, and either he's going to take you or he is not. I have no control over that. I trust him and I trust you." So yes, now in his darkest moments, Fry does believe that the Lord has his back, and he trusts his instincts. They are good. Blaine Eccles asked him if he could maybe throw a bone to the Argonaut, the college newspaper, at a press conference. Fry is happy to oblige. He takes questions from the students before he gets to anyone else. They at least know how to conduct themselves. His second press conference on November 20th focuses on autopsy reports and victims' last movements, and it goes much better than the first. From there, the trajectory climbs steeply upward. Snell is happy with Fry's progress. He reminds Fry how much responsibility he bears, justly or not. He tells him, "Because you're the chief, if this investigation fails, you'll be a failure. If this happens, if the case is successful, you'll be a hero." In other words, Fry is the face of the investigation. Literally. Oh, we don't have our chat box. Hold on. Sorry. There you guys are. There you are. There's my peeps. Fry is usually clean-shaven and even instituted a department policy against facial hair. But this month, he and some officers have been doing a no-shave November to raise money for cancer patients at Gritman Medical Center. Fry planned to shave his beard at the end of the month, but Snell tells him that he can absolutely not do that until there's a suspect in custody. The nation knows you with a beard, he says, and so the whiskers stay. The days are so long and busy, Fry's mind almost becomes blank. He fills 8 pages of a notebook with details he might want to remember, even talk about, if one day this nightmare is fully behind him. At night when he gets home, which is often around 11 p.m., he pours himself a whiskey until he starts to worry about the size of the drink he's pouring and wonders if he's headed in a direction he's warned his young officers and families about. After that, Fry asks Julie to pour it for him. At least, Fry thinks he's gotten the rookies and their families the therapists and support they'll need, something he didn't have when he was their age. Their spouses have been educated about the signs of PTSD, what to look for, and what help to get. There's also mundane stuff to do, like filling out purchase orders, buying an extra computer server, having food delivered, carefully monitoring the morning and evening meetings, and signing off on whatever resources are needed to follow leads. The investigators are spending a lot of time looking at a video from CCTV cameras positioned around 1122 King Road, what's commonly called a video canvas. Footage from a local gas station shows a white car leaving the area in the right time frame, but the face of the driver isn't clear, and neither is the model of the car, which seems not to be displaying a front license plate. At first, the investigators believe it's a Nissan Sentra. The police have issued a map showing the victim's last movements to the public, asking for anyone who saw anything suspicious to call the tip line. An FBI agent is monitoring all the calls. It's not unlike the map Fry made for Michelle Wederick, the mother of poor Joseph Wederick, the student who in 2013 wandered for 8 miles after a frat party and wound up freezing to death by the river. As if Michelle could read his thoughts, Fry receives an unexpected email of support from her. "We're praying for you," she wrote. "I know you are going through a tough time." Emails like this from the families of victims in prior cases with whom he has a bond with and whom he had stayed close in touch are what keep him going. Chrissy Dove, the sister of Sarah Parks, the young woman who was strangled to death and then burned in a house fire by her husband, Silas, in 2009, texts Fry a screenshot of him and Bill Thompson on TV. "I'm so sorry y'all are having to deal with this. Prayers for y'all and the families," she wrote. Fry had found the body of poor Sarah and her unborn baby after Silas claimed she died in the fire. But it had taken some time for him to be able to prove the case and for Bill Thompson to pressure Silas into taking a plea deal. A few days later, Chrissy texts Fry again, with another photo. You're on Good Morning America. I hate that y'all have to go through this because I'm sure it brings up many more things in your mind. The chief replies, yes, the demons have come to life again, but we do it for the victims and their families. That is our reward. That is the reward. He believes it. Fry wants to get whoever did this for the 4 victims' families, but all the garbage out there in the press is not helping. He can see on TV that the Gonsalveses are using the media to flush out anything they can. Christie is on NBC begging whoever did this to come forward. She says openly she's frustrated with the little news they're getting from the cops. That's because on their nightly calls from Tyson Barrett, he's got nothing to report. And because, as Olivia will later put it, we had no one to help us not put our foot in our mouth. Fry sighs. Each of the families get the same information, but he's noticing they deal with it differently. Maddie's mom and stepfather, Karen and Scott Laramie, are quiet, shell-shocked. They let the Gonsalves family talk for them. Maddie's dad, Ben Mogan, also stays out of the fray. The Kernodals stay quiet as well. It's possible they don't want anyone focusing on them right now. On November 19th, Kootenai police arrested Xana's mom, Kara Northington, on 2 charges of drug possession. She'd been clean, working as a waitress, but relapsed following Xana's death. That's really sad. Stacy Chapin heard about this with a certain amount of shock as well as sympathy for Jeff and Jasmine. Stacy didn't know that Xana's mom had been in and out of jail her whole life. Ethan never told her. Stacy assures Barrett and Fry that they have her family's support, no matter how long the investigation takes. We don't care if this takes you 30 years. We will still believe in what you're doing, she tells Fry. We will believe that you guys are doing it right, and we're going to support you. People like her are what makes the Chiefs world go round. On November 23rd, Chrissy Dove sends him a note. I wish I could let the world know how hard y'all really work on cases, knowing all the heart and love that y'all show. Fry replies, they will know when we make an arrest. I have lost all respect for the national news and media. All it does is hurt the families and gives people false information. Chapter 72. I saw an interview with Kara yesterday, and she looks really, really good. Hey, Skolnick. Chapter 72. Mount Vernon, Washington, November 21st, 2022. More than 1,000 kids, friends, and family pile into the Skagit Valley College's McIntyre Hall. There are too many to fit in the auditorium. Stacy had no idea there'd be this many. She and her family rolled in the night before and congregated at the Burleson Winery. She's so grateful to her cousin Stuart and his wife Kathleen. They swept into town, booked a hotel, and a vast house to hold everyone, and they'd taken care of all the logistics. Kathleen introduced Stacy to a friend who was a PR exec in Boston, and who stepped in to act as the gatekeeper between the Chapins and the swarm of media people seeking their attention. It's been a whirlwind few days for Stacy, and the kindness of people has been overwhelming as her grief. She was dreading putting Maisie and Hunter in sleeping bags on the living room floor of her condo. She longed to be able to tuck her 2 surviving children in at night in a proper bed, to reassure them the way the mother only knows how. Her best friend, Susie DeVries, had intuited this ahead of time. The Chapins arrived to find Susie had bought out the linen department at Bed Bath & Beyond and purchased a pair of inflatable mattresses as well. That wasn't all. Also intuiting in that window between now and Ethan's memorial, the Chapins would not have the bandwidth for chats with random people. Susie banned visitors. She also brought a carload of food and organized a meal train. Kirk Duffy, the director of Hawthorne Funeral Home and Memorial Park, had brought Ethan's body back from Spokane, as he promised. He also persuaded Stacy and the others to view Ethan in the casket. It's so sad. The Chapins had been reluctant. Stacy knew from the coroner that the stab wounds that had killed Ethan were below his collar line. But even so, she was afraid of what she'd see. Duffy had been firm, however. He told Stacy, "I've done this for a very long time, and you need to see him." In hindsight, Stacy knows the funeral director was right. She's grateful. Stacy tucked a dry sock and, out of habit, a Taco Bell card into Ethan's coffin. God forbid the guy would go hungry, she later said. She watched, surprised and touched, as Jim added a golf tee. In front of the massive crowd of mourners at the memorial service, she says that during the viewing, while she was gazing at her son and the mustache he'd grown, and that she hadn't been such a fan of, Hunter had nudged her and said, "You guys know the real reason he has the mustache, right? He watched the new Top Gun movie and he wanted to look just like those guys on the sand volleyball court." Stacy had not known that. She and Jim spent hours working on their respective eulogies. Jim was adamant that they tell the college kids that they must get on with their lives, that they cannot be derailed by this. Jim always has been a half-full kind of person, a glass half-full kind of person. He's viewed his life as a blessing, with Stacy and the triplets being the greatest blessings of all. He'd gotten a second chance in the wake of an unhappy first marriage, and he wants to make the most of every moment. He's the husband and dad who keeps telling them all, "It's all good." He tells them whenever they are tired or cross. If he's ever had a mean thought, Stacy doesn't know about it. She can feel how proud he is of her almost every hour. It has always buoyed her. So when it's Jim's turn to speak, he puts on his Vandal's cap and gives the young people in the audience a directive to follow for Ethan's sake. His son, he says, would love for all you kids to get back to school as safely and quickly as you can, to carry on what he was carrying on there. It's very important that you kids get back after you've healed. We all have a lot going on, but I want you to go back. When Stacy speaks, she says it's essential that in addition to celebrating Ethan's personality and life, she needs to clarify how he died and debunk the nefarious rumors swirling around, not just for her own family, but to ease the suffering of everyone in the room. So we want to speak about what happened to our son, not about the investigation, but we want you to know a couple things that make us feel better about what happened that day. She says, there were no drugs involved. The autopsy cleared that. There were no weird love triangles. Ethan was where he wanted to be, she continued. He'd had a wonderful day, and in the end, he was staying at his girlfriend's house. I mean, what a great thing, right? So, I mean, that's supposed to make you feel better. I mean, none of us could have changed the outcome of that day. Ethan was asleep when this really tragic event occurred, and we want you to know that no phone call would have saved him. He did not suffer. It went very quickly. And when Stacy gets to the subject of Ethan's mustache, she uses the lividity it causes to make a serious point to the parents in the room. I do want to remind you that in the end, those battles don't matter. Hair, mustache, those aren't the battles you pick with your kids. It just doesn't matter. Pick the hard ones. Stacy mentions that Ethan and Xana's best friends, Hunter Johnson and Emily Alant, are watching the service via live stream. She doesn't mention that they aren't there in person, partly because they are afraid Ethan's murderer is coming for them next. Stacy also doesn't mention the starkly obvious fact that the other 3 victims' families are not holding public services for their kids out of fear that whoever did this might attend. My wife's biggest fear, Steve Gonsalves later told ABC News, part of the reason we didn't have a funeral is because she couldn't be guaranteed that the monster was not going to be there. Unlike the other families, the Chapins are not fearful. Chris Kamek, the local police chief, is a friend. There's a small police presence outside Ethan's service, but that's to cope with the crowd. The question of who the perpetrator was and what he might do next is just not something they think about. Nothing can bring Ethan back, Stacy says. Her focus now is exclusively on her living kids. She concludes her eulogy. Ethan was an amazing human, and we're lucky to get to call him son and friend. So thank you, all of you. I am not sure what tomorrow looks like in our family. I do know that the four of us will make it. It is going to change the look of what we've had for 20 years, but we'll do it. Ethan would want that for us. He would want that for all of you. He wants that for you kids. He wants that for his brother and sister. And that is what if there's anything to take away from this, it's to know that Ethan Chapin would want the very best for all of you, no matter what it is. It's incredible that a man so young has touched so many of us. May we continue to carry his kindness and his smile through all of our years. And when the night skies are clear, wherever you are, look to the brightest star in the sky and send him your love. Certain people feel it. We love him. May he be your guiding light. Nearly 2 years later, Stacy watched the video of the service and said, I wouldn't change one thing. Chapter 73. Rochester, New York, November 19th, 2022. It's a cold, gray morning in upstate New York. The sun won't rise for another hour at least. But Christine Cameron, assistant principal at a local school, is already awake and sitting in front of her computer screen. On November 19th, Cameron and her best friend from high school, Alina Smith, started the University of Idaho Case Discussion Facebook group page. It's already become the fastest growing page about a true crime in Facebook history. Overnight, 3,000 people requested to join. In just a few weeks, it will have 200,000 members. Many of these are fake accounts, but as page administrators, the duo has learned on the fly that it's essential not to reject people out of hand. It turns out that many of the local kids in Moscow who think they saw something important during the relevant time frame want to report that anonymously. They haven't used Facebook until now, preferring Instagram and TikTok. So they create Facebook accounts with fake names in order to reach Christine and Alina personally. The administrators have helped put many of these students in reach with the FBI. We had one girl contact us via her aunt and talk to us and tell us that she was hanging out with Kaylee and Maddie that day. Christine said, Alina took the call. They got ready together. They went to the football game together. They came back and they got ready together. They went to the corner club with the girls. They were hanging out. They were drinking and having a good time. And then when it was time to go, Maddie and Kaylee left, went to the grub truck, and they went and left and went home. Their house was kitty corner to 1122 King Road. The amount of guilt, you could hear it in their voices, Christine said. Oh, and how they were talking. Oh, I wish I would have stayed with them. Oh, I wish I would have come over to their house. Or I wish they would have come over to our house. Christine and Alina have founded and administered true crime Facebook pages before. In fact, they have 10 of them. They have one about the '07 disappearance of Madeleine McCann, another about the 2021 murder of Gabby Petito, others about the 2022 killing of toddler Quentin Simon, and the 2019 so-called doomsday cult murders committed by Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell, and more. Their goal is to create an audience for a true crime podcast they hope to start. Alina has several high-level meetings about it. So far, their pages have attracted a few thousand followers each. It had been Alina, based in Prosper, near Dallas, Texas, who pushed to create a page about the Moscow murders because she'd seen someone else start a Facebook page and quickly garner 4,000 members. They struck a nerve with Christine, who knew the founder of that group and who describes herself as super competitive. Okay, she said, we'll do it. She'd known right away that the Idaho case was different, and a league all by itself. When it came to attracting Facebook followers, 4 victims meant 4 times the chance that someone might sympathize or connect with one of them. Plus, the victims were particularly appealing. Bright, smart, attractive, 4 young people that had their whole lives ahead of them, Christine said. And they were so insanely popular. And they were on social media, and their house was so lively. And they were just like the life of the party anywhere. But the speed at which the page took off shocked even the 2 administrators. Within 10 days, they found themselves interviewed on News Nation by Ashley Banfield about the findings and discussions on the page around the Venmo activity of the 4 victims, including one transaction from the sister of a guy Ethan had Venmoed, was timestamped at 3:30 a.m. Christine attributes the success of the page to the vacuum created by police. In the Gabby Petito case, you'd see the police asking, has anyone seen this girl? Does anyone have any videos? Does anybody have any pictures? The police were out asking for public help and assistance, whereas this case was very different. The Moscow police were very, very tight-lipped. They held all of their information close to the vest. Their Facebook page seems to fill the void left in the narrative by the Moscow police's reticence. On it, no stone appears to be left unturned. Based on a few nuggets out there, almost everyone has an opinion about Hoodie Guy, Bethany, Dylan, Jake, Jack, Emily Hunter. There are so many different theories as to who committed the murders and why that people are getting into fights. You had to deal with people fighting in real life, Christine recounted. And when I say real life, I mean people going onto other people's pages. People going into people's messages and threatening them. Somebody on the page phoned Christine's employer and accused her of being inappropriate online. Her boss called her in. What did you do? What did you say? And her boss wanted to see the page. I wonder if this was Brian. Who would call her employer? Another time, she was asked to call the HR department of a guy's workplace after a woman on the page claimed he was underage, and he was also on the page soliciting her. He was not. It has become all-consuming for both of them. Alina is in the midst of getting multiple procedures for an injured back, but she works on the page day and night and gets to know some of the members personally. Christine wakes up at 5 a.m., so she can work on the page before going off to school. Even there, she sneaks in more work on the page. And when she gets home, she doesn't even try to handle the house or kids. She leaves all that to her husband. There's more to do than anyone might guess. Behind the scenes, Christine and Alina are flooded with messages and calls from young people claiming to be friends of the victims and who do not want to post. So now those people who are talking to us, all right, they're not posting about that. They don't want the fame. They would rather private message us and say they want to talk to us. They wanted someone to talk to. They didn't want to talk to police. They didn't want to talk to their other friends. They wanted an adult to talk to just go through what they were already going through. They needed someone to talk to. Literally, we were therapists. We were a go-between between police and the FBI. We were Facebook starters. We were page starters. We were everything rolled into one. One person is watching all the Facebook chatter with more than idle interest. On the other side of the country, Olivia Gonsalves asked to join the page so she can monitor all of it from her parents' house. She reads all the frenzied speculation blaming Jack DeCour. She reads that people think Kaylee and Maddie had secret OnlyFans accounts. She reads that all the theories about Kaylee's Range Rover, about how she afforded it. She reads that people believe her dad, Steve, must be promoting something because he's on TV so often. She reads that there is a rift among victims' families. Even though it doesn't seem terribly effective, she appreciates the firm hand that Christine and Alina try to take it as administrators. Stop the name calling. Stop the belittling. They wrote in a post in their tens of thousands of members on December 3rd. This is not a space to discuss and theorize, not attack other members. Hold on, guys. Need some water. I think this is the group that Papa Rogers was in. Okay, let me get cozy here. Cozy and comfy. I hope you guys are enjoying the read. Where am I? This is a space to discuss and theorize, not attack other members. You will not agree with everyone and most likely will not change their mind. So politely disagree or move on. We will no longer warn you. You will simply be removed. As Olivia reads, an idea starts to form in her mind. This page could be a great resource, a great place to ask people for tips, a great place to send videos, and a great place to start setting the record straight. Chapter 74, Moscow, Idaho, November 24th, 2022. The FBI trailer that will act as the agency's mobile command center pulls up to the Moscow police station on Thanksgiving Day. The truck is so enormous, it looks like it might not fit through the gate. It does, just. TV cameras film the arrival, of course. In this week's press conference, the chief and his team try to strike a more media-friendly tone, even addressing the fake news. We have heard that Kaylee stated that she may have a stalker. Detectives have been looking into that, and to this point have been unable to corroborate that statement, although we continue to seek information and tips. Captain Roger Lanier said, reading from his script, adding that, contrary to online rumors, the victims had not been bound and gagged. Just a few days later, the team obtains a search warrant for Kaylee's Tinder account. Kaylee's wounds had appeared to reflect the possibility that she had woken up and tried to either fight off her attacker or call for help, and then she was somehow stifled. Broadly, this will make its way into the public consciousness, courtesy of Steve Gonsalves, who cites the coroner and blames the police for not sharing more details. But the public certainly does not know that 2 days ago, the forensics team sent a sample of the DNA they'd found on the knife sheath to Othram, a DNA sequencing and genomics lab, genomics lab in Texas. That's because the investigators had run the DNA through CODIS, the FBI's database of fingerprinted individuals, and it had come up empty. So now, using the new methodology of investigative genetic genealogy that has sprung up around the popularity of public genealogy sites, Othram will try to build a family tree around it. But the process could take days, maybe weeks. Investigators have sent off 103 pieces of evidence, including hair, fingernail clippings, and footprints to local labs. Law enforcement's interview team has spoken to more than 100 people so far. The chief's victimology teams are building detailed profiles of the 4 victims. They are getting to know as well as they know their best friends. Xana, the charismatic extrovert, Ethan, the all-star laid-back athlete, Maddie, the quieter only child, and Kaylee, the exuberant go-getter. At least one of them was a target. Which one? Why? The chief still hasn't got a suspect, so it's understandable that he doesn't yet have a handle on a motive. I think you're always looking for the why all the way through your investigation, he said. Typically, the why doesn't just jump out at you, because you have to piece the whole picture together. And really, every piece of something that you get, or every warrant you do, there might be a nugget in that piece that gives you a little bit more of a clearer picture. And maybe not. Maybe you get nothing out of it. Maybe whatever you put in for didn't give you any fruit at all. There's one critical development in the case the chief doesn't share with the media. The team monitoring CCTV cameras is homing in on the white car, seen doing 3 passes around the King Road house between 3:29 a.m. and 4 a.m. At 4:04, it appeared to make a 3-point turn near the residence, go back and forth on King Road, then take Queen Road, which had a turnoff going behind the house. The car reappeared at 4:20 and left at high speed. Yesterday, the FBI vehicle specialist got a better shot and identified the vehicle not as a Nissan Sentra, but as a 2011, 2012, or 2013 white Hyundai Elantra. So on November 25th, the day after Thanksgiving, the chief approves a message to local law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for this specific car. 4 days later, in the early hours of November 29th, over in Pullman, Washington, WSU police officer Daniel Tingo searches for white Elantras registered at the university. He sees that one, a 2015 model, belongs to a student named Brian Koberger. A colleague of Tingo's, Officer Curtis Whitman, spots the actual vehicle in a Pullman student housing parking lot. He logs it. But white cars are ubiquitous. Some of these words I can't say. I'm sorry. So are Hyundai Elantras. So since this car appears to be a model from the wrong year, the Pullman cops don't pass this up the food chain to Moscow. They don't yet know that the FBI vehicle specialist has in fact now conveyed to his agency that it's possible, given the shape of the fog light and rear reflectors in the available images, that they should extend the date range of the Hyundai Elantra to as late as 2016. Meanwhile, Fry's got his hands full, managing another screw-up with the media, possibly worse than the first. This one's got a surprising quarter. On November 30th, Bill Thompson gave a rare interview on a TV reporter named Brian Enton, a rising star at News Nation. Enton and his crew stormed into town like a tornado. Of all the national reporters, he's the one getting access. He's gotten to the Gonsalves family and to Aaron Snell. And somehow he gets to Bill Thompson, who made a rare mistake when Enton asked him about the use of the word targeted. Some of the students and the victims' families, Enton said, have been frustrated, not understanding what that word meant. Could Thompson explain? Thompson told Enton in a recorded video interview that targeted had perhaps not been the right word to use. He said that investigators believe that whoever did this was still at large and was specifically looking at the King Road residence, but they could not say who might have been the target. Enton posted the video of the interview to Twitter, but then just a day later, Thompson spoke to KTVB's Morgan Romero and gave a different explanation. He said that one of the victims was definitely a target, although he didn't specify which one. Hours later, Thompson wrote a letter to Romero walking that back. Okay, so it sounds to me like freaking Fry isn't the only one making mistakes here. And they sit there and they say that Thompson is such a, seasoned prosecutor. He never did interviews. He never did press conferences, but now he's talking to everybody and their brother. Just as a check-in, we have 27 minutes until the hearing for the media to decide if we're going to get unsealed documents. Piling onto the bond. Oh, wait. Hours later, Thompson wrote a letter to Romero walking that back. She tweeted a quote from it. Investigators do not believe the murders were random, but we cannot unequivocally state the residents or any occupants were specifically targeted. I apologize for any confusion. Piling onto the bonfire of confusion, Moscow police posted a clarification to their Facebook page. Conflicting information has been released over the past 24 hours. The Latah County Prosecutor's Office stated the suspects specifically looked at this resident, and that one or more of the occupants were undoubtedly targeted. We have spoken with the Latah County Prosecutor's Office and identified this was a miscommunication. Detectives do not currently know if the residents or any occupants were specifically targeted, but continue to investigate. What a shit show. Chief Fry knows that the PR damage is done. Under pressure from the media, who themselves are under pressure from the Gonsalves family and others to get answers, Bill Thompson misspoke. All that progress Fry made with Aaron Snell just got undone and more. Thompson's office put out a statement saying he will be giving no further interviews. The image of the Keystone cops running Moscow has been reignited to the national media. Peter Yametz, a security consultant and former FBI agent, tells the New York Post, "What is also happening now is the police, by providing imprecise comments, are creating an erosion of public confidence in them. That's unfortunate because in the end, public confidence is needed to solve this crime. The public is very concerned there is or may be a killer in their midst, and they see no progress in the investigation." The Post quotes Steve Gonsalves telling Fox News right after Thanksgiving that he was frustrated because the police haven't spoken to him in 3 days. "We're the same family that found the original timeline. We're the same family that broke into phones. We tried everything in our ability." In fairness, Gonsalves has another source of stress he keeps private. The family has been getting threats in the mail and online. Steve is concerned for the safety of his youngest daughters. But when he tells the police this, the reaction is underwhelming. "Tell them to be aware of their surroundings," is the unsatisfactory response. So I'm sure that pissed Steve off, right? Having the cops say, "Well, have them be aware of their surroundings. That's all we can tell you." When Evan Ellis interviews the chief in the midst of all of this, Fry blows off a bit of steam. He tells Ellis he's discovered the national media, disappointingly, is focused only on the story and money. But for him, it's not about those things. It's about lives. 4 human lives and families. He doesn't tell Ellis, at least not on the record, what he thinks privately. He has tremendous sympathy for the Gonsalves family, but he wishes they would say less to the media. It makes police less inclined to share developments with them, because the one thing that would ruin the investigation is for someone to know too much about it and talk about it on TV. Now we're on chapter 75 out of 138. We've got 24 minutes. I think I'll read through chapter 75, and then we will take a short break, and then we'll meet back right here for the hearing. How about that? We'll read through this last chapter 75, and then we will get ready for the hearing. Chapter 75, Moscow, Idaho, November 25th, 2022. Christ Church pastor Doug Wilson is ready for the trolls when they come. For 2 days after the murders, everyone had been united in shock. But he'd known that wouldn't last. It took 2 days for the old fault lines to reappear. So now he's sitting back and reading the online hate mail linking his congregation to the murders. "We get slandered regularly, and so it's all in a day's work," he said of the speculations and accusations. Ever since Wilson's father started Christ Church in Moscow in the 70s, the institution has been a bête noire for the town. Wilson accepted with equanimity the seeming local consensus. He and his church are irritating, possibly even evil. Cult-like presence in their midst. "I know they think I kick puppies on my lunch hour," he said matter-of-factly during one such lunch hour as he sat in his book-lined, windowless office in downtown Moscow. Diet Coke on the desk. Partly the friction stems from money. The church is so rich that even though it has around 3,000 members, perhaps 10% of the town's population, it bought up most of Moscow's prime real estate and filled Main Street with church-owned schools and businesses. New St. Andrews, the Church College, the K-12 Logos School, the Sword and Shovel Bookstore, Booser's Coffee House. The church even has its own bar. Tapped. Interesting. Wilson knows that most Muscovites refuse to patronize these businesses. He quite enjoys hearing about their resistance, especially the comment, "It's a shame too, because they've got all the best stuff." The Kirkers, as members of Christ Church are known, a reference to the church's local nickname Mother Kirk, stand out for their blonde Caucasian looks and preppy attire. The men wear button-down shirts and jackets. The women all wear skirts, a distinction that feeds into the perception of misogyny. The liberal town finds the church's attitudes towards women antiquated at best, repugnant at worst. UI professor Kelly Quinnett remembers a 2019 campus walk entitled Toxic Matriarchy, given by conservative pastor Christopher Wiley, with a Q&A session monitored by Pastor Wilson, in which Wiley argued that modern society was suffering because women, quote, have basically gotten too much power. Quinnett was livid that they'd hold such a discussion on the UI campus. During COVID, the police and the Kirkers clashed badly, and lawsuits are still flying. 3 of the Kirkers were arrested in September 2020 when congregants gathered outside City Hall, unmasked, and sang psalms in protest of the city's mask ordinance. Mandates. Donald Trump even tweeted about it, writing, "Dems want to shut your churches down permanently. Hope you see what is happening. Vote now." But just a few weeks later, 2 of Wilson's teenage grandsons, Seamus and his older brother Rory, who was a scholarship student at Columbia, were detained and charged with multiple misdemeanors for placing hammer and sickle, Soviet Moscow stickers, on city utility poles in the middle of the night. They were dressed in hijabs and flip-flops at the time. Remember Stickergate? We went over Stickergate definitely in at least one video. Their father, Wilson's son Nate, a screenwriter, was asleep. But he was phoned, awoken, and then arrested, charged with helping to make the stickers. The charges against him and his younger son were dropped, but the Columbia scholarship student Rory wound up being convicted of one charge of affixing a sticker to a pole. Seamus, thank you, Potato. He's appealed the ruling, and the appeal is on the desk of Judge John Judge. The litigation has cost his family north of 6 figures. So as Doug Wilson reads all the news reports criticizing the Moscow police for its handling of the murders, he senses an opportunity. This could be great PR for the church. Very helpful for his grandson's litigation. He starts to type his weekly newsletter to his congregation. There are 3 things to remember. The first is that police are currently engaged in a crucial task that God has assigned to them, and we should be doing nothing but praying for their success in it. But then he gets to point 2, the opportunity for the litigation around his grandsons. Secondly, you are all aware of the fact that it was the same police department that arrested some of our members for singing psalms legally. The lawsuits are in progress, but this is all being pursued biblically and out of true principle, and does not want to unjustly tar up those good cops who had nothing to do with it. So if we give way to any carnal gloating or glee over the fact that our police department is now receiving very critical attention from all over the world, which it is, then we have become part of the problem. Finally, he focuses on the larger PR opportunity the murders offer to the church and the community. It's imperative that his congregants do not screw it up. And last, we need to take a few steps back and look at the big picture. Our small town keeps finding itself in the limelight, and it has to be acknowledged that something strange is happening. Meet the Press came and did a story on what was happening here in Moscow, tagging our town as the place where the Christian nationalism thing is going on. And then these sensational murders happened. When he's finished, Wilson sits back, pleased with his handiwork. He knows there will be eye rolls in the town, but who cares? The pastor describes himself as having very thick skin. He regularly invites law enforcement and other civic leaders to lunch in the back room of the church. They refrain from talking about the lawsuits, but he subtly and unsubtly reminds them of the church's importance in the community. It's not helpful, Wilson thinks, that the church owns the building that houses New St. Andrews College, which has a CCTV camera positioned above the grub truck. He gathers that there's video on it of Maddie and Kaylee walking towards the grub truck with the guy in the hoodie, talking about someone named Adam on the night of the murders. It's been handed over to the police. So where we see Maddie and Kaylee walking with Hoodie Guy, what did you tell Adam? I told Adam everything. That is from Pastor Wilson's buildings. That was his surveillance, which is pretty crazy. Hi, Michelle. Good to see you, hon. We got about 15 minutes until the hearing. Just checking in. The house where the students were murdered, 1122 King Road, was in a seedy area, Wilson said. Not somewhere I'd want my daughters living. Making the point that seediness, which stems from godlessness, brings about trouble. And in this case, murder. So we're going to pause there on chapter 76. We're on page 252. And the next chapter is going to be Papa Roger, is what it looks like. So we are making some good leeway, guys. We're on page 253 out of approximately... So used to wearing those. Okay. Chapter 76. University of Idaho Case Discussion Facebook Group Page. November 29th, 2022. Christine Cameron and Alina Smith, the two administrators of the University of Idaho Case Discussion Facebook Group Page, start to notice some unusual posts from a member going by the name of Papa Rogers. They have no idea who the user is in real life. His avatar is cartoonish, creepy, seemingly digitally created. It's a profile of a man with graying hair in some sort of military uniform. Papa Roger garners attention very quickly with a startling opinion. Of the evidence released, the murder weapon has been consistent as a large fixed blade knife. This leads me to believe they found the sheath. This evidence was released prior to autopsies. Until now, amid all the theories and speculation on the page, no one has mentioned a knife sheath. Papa Roger gets pushback, and he argues with people who disagree with him. A user named Dustin Stubblefield responds. Due to the number of victims, and assuming each victim was stabbed multiple times, I'm sure there was visible evidence of a knife guard. For all we know, the investigators on the scene wiped a couple stab wounds clean to look for bruising. I think it's far more logical than finding a sheath. Sheaths are usually attached to a belt. Papa Roger writes back. They don't clean bodies at a crime scene. The amount of blood must have been tremendous. Stubblefield. Who knows? Finding a left behind sheath seems like a stretch, though. Papa Roger. Why? They are very specific about the weapon, but vague about every other detail. Stubblefield. I think it's more likely they did closer examination on the wounds on scene than you think. Papa Roger. Curious. Why are you debating the sheath theory so hard? Stubblefield. Because who would carry a sheath? Papa Roger. Who would carry a large exposed knife? A picture of a K-bar knife is posted for everyone to study. Papa Roger. How did the killer hold the knife prior to entering the scene, in your opinion? Stubblefield. I would guess he carried it in his hand from wherever he came from. A knife in a sheath could cause him problems. Papa Roger. Which hand? Stubblefield. I don't freaking know. LOL. Why would you even ask that? Papa Roger. So a knife-wielding person walked from where and entered the house at what point with a large knife in hand? Stubblefield. How the hell would I know that? Papa Roger. Do you carry a knife? Stubblefield. Dude, give it a rest. You sound like a psycho. Members start messaging Christine and Alina asking who the heck Papa Roger is. Why is he so arrogant? And why is he focusing on the knife sheath? Christine and Alina wonder if Papa Roger is ex-military, given his strange profile picture and his seemingly expertise in crime. They notice that he posts fairly regularly, sometimes multiple times a day, and his questions and opinions seem to contain a certain macabre insight. Who is he? I believe the killers came from the high side of the house. They were covered in blood after the attack. I feel like blood ran down a few places, but it has been suppressed. The kitchen was dripping blood, but they won't admit it. Did the killers drive or walk to and from the scene? Thoughts? Why did the killer choose a knife as a weapon of choice? Did the killer stop it for victims out of exhaustion, convenience, or lack of knowledge? Why do we think the dog was spared? Why did the killer choose that house over all the others in the area? How long do we think the killer was in the house? Do we think the killer took anything from the house? Christine Googles Papa Roger to see if there's any clue as to who this person's real identity is. All that pops up in her search is the incel martyr, Elliot Roger, the 22-year-old student in Santa Barbara who wrote a manifesto and in 2014 videotaped his plans to murder a bunch of people as revenge for all the women who wouldn't sleep with him. Christine clocks this, but the connection seems too vague, just like the spelling of the name Roger. For her to do anything dramatic like reporting to the police. But neither she nor Alina likes his arrogant tone or the darkness of some of his thoughts, so they decide to keep an eye on Papa Roger's posts. One reason they are particularly sensitive to the content and tone on the page is that Olivia Gonsalves, Kaylee's sister, is in regular touch and has become a contributor. Christine had reached out to her on Facebook Messenger, and Olivia responded her with her phone number. A relationship developed between Olivia and the two founders. But there was a bump when Christine asked Olivia to participate in a Vice documentary about the Facebook page founders, and Olivia said no, bluntly. But Olivia and Alina continued to talk. Olivia has mentioned that she's pregnant, but she wants to keep that a secret. There's too much else going on for that to be a focus. The two have an unofficial arrangement in which Alina passes on any video or tips submitted that Olivia might find useful. And Olivia sets the record straight about Kaylee and the Gonsalves family directly on the Facebook page. No, Kaylee was not on OnlyFans. No, Steve Gonsalves is not promoting any product on TV. No, there was no deal for Kaylee's Range Rover. No, the family never said this attack was targeting Kaylee. Finally, I do not know who killed her, and I wish I did. And I can promise that I will find him, and I will know. But I'm still getting there, piece by piece. Chapter 77, Moscow, Idaho, November 30th, 2022. Dean Eccles chose this date deliberately. The first Wednesday after Thanksgiving is chapter day, when Greek life reconvenes on campus. We knew the fraternity and sorority community was going to turn out massively for this, Eccles said. It's snowing. It's really snowing. 7 or 8 inches. He could not believe his good fortune. He used the weather as an excuse to move tonight's candlelight vigil indoors inside the Kibbe Dome. But the weather isn't the real reason he made the switch. Chief Fry told himself last week it would be much harder to secure the venue. Maybe impossible if it was outside. The Kibbe Dome has magnetometers, whatever. What do you call those things? Metal detectors. Sorry. The Kibbe Dome has metal detectors at the entrances. It's entirely possible the suspect may try to show up. They need to be ready. So Eccles gave up his vision of an iconic outdoor ceremony and notified the students of the change. But he cited the weather as the reason, not wanting to scare anyone. Idaho's Governor Brad Little is also coming. Eccles arrives an hour early to go through last-minute checks. He sees a crowd of about 30 people, all dressed alike. Despite himself and the gravity of the situation, he chuckles. Oh, wait a second. Eccles arrives an hour early to go through last-minute checks. He sees a crowd of about 30 young people, all dressed alike. Despite himself and the gravity of the situation, he chuckles. They're undercover FBI agents. I don't know who told them to dress like college students, he said, but they all looked like lumberjacks. Plaid shirts, blue jeans, and boots. So, that's pretty wild, huh? Still, Eccles immediately feels better. He doubts anyone can get past this bunch. He's not yet met any of the victims' families, and soon some begin to arrive. The Chapins barely make it in time due to the weather. Even without snow, the drive from LaConner to Moscow is a good 6 to 7 hours. I-90 is closed, so Jim takes Highway 2. I don't even know why it is even still open. It was just me and a couple other people on the road, he said. It's heavy snow, crazy. I wouldn't want to do that again. Stacy remembers the other awful drive from LaConner to Moscow just 2 weeks earlier. And she remembers something else. She wants to make an apology. I really chewed out someone on your staff that day, she tells Dean Eccles when they shake hands, recalling the angry phone call. I know, he tells her with a smile. It was me. The Chapins are ushered through a separate entrance and up to a press box, sky high, where they can watch the students filing in, and where they can be surrounded by FBI agents. From this height, Hunter sees the Sig Chai brothers all dressed up in coats and ties. They walk to the front. He's instantly touched. I knew my fraternity was coming, but I didn't know how many of them, he said. But every single person came. He asks Jim and Stacy if he can go stand with his brothers. They ask law enforcement. The answer is yes, but with a caveat. He has to take his FBI detail with him. A young woman with long, shiny black hair, clad in boots, jeans, and a green plaid shirt, follows him. The Sig Chai brothers are confused to see Hunter with a stunning woman who does not take her eyes off their friend for even a fraction of a second. His brothers don't believe that she's an FBI agent until she sees they are all looking at her and she flashes her badge. The shocked expressions on their face is something Hunter Chapin savors. A moment of fun in an otherwise bleak universe. When the service is about to start, Stacy and Jim head downstairs, agents in tow, and meet Steve and Christy Gonsalves. Steve is practicing his speech on behalf of Kaylee and Maddie, but he stops to shake hands. He shows Stacy a photograph on his phone of a man with glasses. Have you seen this guy? It's Maddie's dad, Ben Mogan, he says. Steve seems surprised that Ben is there to speak about Maddie. Maddie was raised by her mom, Karen, and her stepfather, Scott Laramie. They had full custody, so Steve has never met Ben. But Karen and Scott Laramie, grief-stricken, are skipping the vigil. So are the Kernodles. Maddie's grandmother, Deedle, as Maddie called her, later said she stayed home out of fear. But the vigil is televised, so even those who are absent can watch. After introductions from Dean Eccles, Stacy Chapin takes the stage. And in her inimitable, articulate style, she finds a way to touch everyone there. Her message is about life, not death. She draws a portrait of the Chapin family, a family, she says, probably not unlike any of theirs. They play games. They eat dinner together when they can. They listen to country music. They spend their weekends following their kids to various sporting events. She tells the students she's not going to dwell on that awful night. No one can change the outcome. Ethan would want them all to carry on, to keep pursuing their dreams and reaching their goals, while cherishing the time they have together, because you can't get it back. Steve Gonsalves is up next, with his wife Christy by his side. He strikes a soft tone as he describes himself as the girl dad, constantly amazed by the perspectives of his daughter. He talks about Kaylee and Maddie's friendship, taking comfort in the fact that the two besties died together. But he also makes Kaylee and Maddie a promise. We're going to get our justice, he says towards the end. That night, the Chapins' chief concern is the well-being of the Sigma Chi brothers. Since November 13th, their fraternity house has been besieged by media knocking and drones flying overhead. Even on this visit, Stacy's best friend, Susie DeVries, has come with them. She wakes up in her hotel to find what she later realizes is a member of the press washing her window. Part of honoring Ethan's legacy, Stacy and Jim believe, is looking after the fraternity brothers he meant so much to. So Hunter messages the house in a group text that the family is coming over to be with them, and they need to put their phones in a basket and pull down the blackout shades. There's money, he says, for pizza and beer. They gather in the lodge in the same room where Ethan and Xana spent their last night partying. Cocooned in a safe space, far from prying eyes and lenses, insulated against social media, the brothers, still in their suits, and the Chapins stay up all night talking about Ethan, laughing. Some of them get extremely drunk. Some of them cry. Nobody cares. They are living on borrowed time, safe for just one night to let it rip. This is their moment of catharsis, their moment to connect, remember, and treasure Ethan, and they are going to make the most of it. Whew, that got me. Picturing them with all the fraternity brothers. Yeah, that one got me. Chapter 78, Post Falls, Idaho, December 2nd, 2022. The chapel is overflowing with people, many of whom Emily Lant recognizes, but a lot of whom she doesn't. She and Hunter Johnson are back in Idaho for Xana's memorial service and to get their stuff from Moscow. Emily had refused to go to the vigil at the university. She was too frightened to go to something huge in public like that. And she'd said no when Jasmine, Xana's sister, asked her to speak at the second vigil in Post Falls the previous night. It was being live streamed, and she didn't want to find herself blowing up even more on social media. Her mom is now following a Facebook page that's a case discussion board to try and get ahead of all that. But Emily said yes to Jasmine when she asked her to speak at Xana's memorial because the family wants to keep things small. It hasn't turned out small, Emily thinks. Looking around the church, she figures there must be at least 100 mourners. And there's a side room with 50 chairs. People are standing because there's nowhere to sit. Emily sees the Chapins and the Sig Chi brothers. They all look wrecked. It's been a heck of a few days since Thanksgiving. There was the vigil at the school, then a vigil in Post Falls, and now this. There's Josie and Lyndon. They are more together now than they ever were before. Dylan is there too. No sign of Bethany. Emily doesn't recognize Xana's mother, Kara. Why would she? But Kara is there, out on bail. She'll be rearrested when she fails to report to court afterwards. The service itself is surprisingly religious. Everyone is often asked to pray. Emily hadn't known that Jeff Kernodle was religious, but you never can tell. When it's her turn to speak, she pulls out her phone. She spent last night writing out what she'd say. She wants it to be real. She doesn't care what people think. Xana didn't care what anyone thought. So this is it. This is her moment to say everything she feels about Xana, her best friend. And so she begins. Hi, my name is Emily Aland. I would like to start by saying how honored I am to be up here getting the chance to speak about someone who I got to call my best friend. She tells the story of Xana introducing herself to the Pi Phis, explaining that her name is pronounced Xanax without the X. How Xana was the light and energy in every room. I remember the moments, and after all, it's the moments we are left with. For all the moments I have been blessed to share with her, I am grateful. Death ends the life, but not the relationships of that life. We get to keep the moments in relationships. There was a silly sweatshirt she would wear with Eeyore on it. And I found a quote from Winnie the Pooh that says, I can't do it. I'm crying, guys. Damn it. I was trying to not to. Ugh. How lucky am I to have something that makes saying goodbye so hard? Xana's length of life was shorter than any of us could imagine or wanted, but the depth of her life was grand. You can look at Xana's short life as a success. If you made your life about happiness and the happiness you give to others, then she was successful in what truly matters. May you rest in peace, my best friend Xan. Whew. When she's done, she and Hunter say their goodbyes to everyone. Then Emily heads with her parents to the airport. They're going back to Mexico for 5 long weeks. Hunter will come as often as he can. Emily needs to get far, far away from everyone. She needs to finally sit with her grief. But as she looks back at all her friends, Xana's friends, Ethan's friends, it occurs to her that she'll miss him. Miss them. In fact, she needs them. And 5 weeks without them is going to be very tough. No, I'm okay, Eric. Thank you, though. That was just hard. Like, these kids are just they're too young to think like, to have to think like this. Chapter 79, Moscow, Idaho, December 15th, 2022. All right. December 15th is pivotal. This is when Brian and his dad are driving back to Pennsylvania. For once in the morning meeting, the chief hopes that they may be getting somewhere with the DNA found on the knife sheath. It's been a meandering process. Othram Labs had checked the sample against DNA in public genealogy bases, such as Family Tree DNA. Those results had led to low matches, with 4 brothers. The Idaho State Police had reached out to one of the brothers, requesting he give a DNA sample so that Othram could keep working to build a family tree, but he refused. So the team had conferenced. On December 10th, Idaho State Police asked Othram to stop work and hand over its findings. The ISP had then turned those findings over to the FBI to take the step of running the DNA profile through GEDmatch and MyHeritage. So in other words, Othram can't go against the law, but the FBI can do whatever the hell they want. 2 genealogy databases which purport not to permit law enforcement searches. The FBI can legally do this because, as later noted in court records, there is a loophole in Justice Department policy that permits government agencies to use discretion when searching data provided to websites that do not have customers' permission to share it. This is why, in terms of service, right, when we sign up on these websites, that's probably in the little tiny print that there's this little loophole where they can do that. The chief doesn't know all the details, but it turns out he is feeling optimistic with good reason. 4 days from now, on December 19th, the FBI gives a tip to Brett Payne. So it sounds to me like at the 15th, the FBI kind of took over, if you will. And then 4 days later, they give this tip to Brett Payne. Payne will later say the name provided is not one they had previously associated with the investigation. So that tells me, right there, had he not left the knife sheath, he could have got away with this. Did Brian Kohberger commit the perfect murder minus the knife sheath? Wow. So on December 19th, they gave him the tip. And up until that time, and think about it, Othram couldn't figure out who it was, right? It took Othram, got down to the four brothers, and they said, no, we're not giving you our DNA to go any further. So what if there wasn't that loophole? It's kind of scary to think about, right? And then you have the thought that there could be copycatters who are just like Brian Kohberger and maybe learning off of his mistake. Because if you think about it, there was really only one major mistake, and that was the sheath. What if the sheath was on a belt and not in his hand? I think that's the mistake he made, was he was carrying the knife in the sheath instead of having it on a belt. I love you, Flo. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. It's really scary to think about. Okay, so Brett gets the name Brian Kohberger. Never heard that name prior to that day. The FBI says the name is Brian Kohberger. Now the investigators can look at Kohberger's vehicle records, which shows he owns a 2015 Hyundai Elantra. The Moscow team will look at the video they've gotten from cameras around King Road to see if the white car that appeared to drive around the house several times that night could be a 2015 Elantra. And it turns out that yes, it could. And when they do a video canvas in Pullman, where Kohberger lives, for the night of November 13th, they can see that at 2:44 a.m., the car is headed north on Nevada Street. But less than 10 minutes later, it's headed south on State Route 270, the road that connects Pullman to Moscow. And when investigators check Kohberger's name in their databases, a police body cam shows that on August 21st, Brian C. Kohberger was detained in Moscow at a traffic stop, and that the car had a rear Pennsylvania license plate, LFZ 8649, that was set to expire on November 30th. It had no front plate, which is permissible in Pennsylvania, but not in Idaho or Washington. The car they captured on video had no front license plate. Further, DMV records will show that on November 18th, just 5 days after the murders, Kohberger registered the vehicle in Washington and received new license plates, front and back, as required. CFB 8708. From there, locating the car will be relatively easy. The new plate showed up on a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado on December 13th. And on December 16th, CCTV footage put the vehicle in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, where, according to databases, Kohberger's parents live. They will also note that Brian Kohberger's driver's license photograph shows a man with dark hair and dark bushy eyebrows. The description that Mortensen gave of the masked man she had mistaken for a fireman on the night of the murders. Obviously, Fry isn't going to start smiling in his press conferences. He'd like to. I'm not a downer person, he complains to Julia's wife, but he's hopeful. And no one passes on anything to the victims' families. Chapter 80. Moscow, Idaho, December 2022. When Steve Gonsalves pulls up at the house of attorney Shannon Gray, he feels so at home it's weird. The Gray's house is on 5 acres outside of Moscow. Like the Gonsalves, the Grays have 5 kids. Like Steve Gonsalves, Gray's initials are SG. His license plate is 7GS, a sometime Gonsalves family password. Gray is covered in tattoos and wears a trucker hat. He drives a maroon Mercedes G-Wagon and complains that the Moscow cops are endlessly stopping him because of it. Even before Steve knows anything about Gray's career, he decides he's going to hire Gray as his lawyer. He'll later say that it really wasn't his decision at all. The girls, meaning Christy and his daughters Olivia, Autumn, and Aubrey, had already decided. They'd told him the family needed a lawyer because they were worried Steve would go and say something he shouldn't. They know I'm willing to break rules, he said. I don't want to catch the wrong person, and I don't want to sit in a line of 5 people and wait my turn to figure out justice, he added. There are things that we can request and things that we can do to get to the truth faster. You'll have to fill out forms to get this evidence released to you. I don't know how to do that. Jack DeCour's aunt, Brooke Miller, knows Gray's wife, Tiffany, an Instagram influencer whose account describes the ups and downs of their large family. Miller introduced the Grays to the Gonsalves women, but they sent Steve to close the deal. Steve applauds the dynamism his girls showed in getting Gray, though he may have gone in a different direction and hired a civil lawyer. Gray is a criminal lawyer. To Steve, there is much to appreciate about Gray, an unlikely lawyer who cannot let a perceived injustice drop. He feels positive about Gray's prosecution experience, more experience than Thompson. Specifically, way more murder cases, he said. I'll spend as much money as I got to make sure that we get to the bottom of this, Steve said. The girls have in fact already thought about how to pay Gray and a private investigator to get out in front of any controversy over the Gonsalves family online fundraiser that Brooke has advertised on the University of Idaho case discussion Facebook page. Olivia posts, by no means do we expect anything at all, but for those looking to specifically help with legal and independent investigation fees, this fundraiser has been started for us. Steve wants Gray, a former prosecutor in Multnomah County, Oregon, DA's office who's aggressive and not afraid of a microphone, to go shake some trees and pressure the cops and Thompson. Steve explains that his frustration with the cops started to build on the 3rd day following the murders when, thanks to Olivia, the Gonsalves family discovered who Kaylee had been in touch with on the phone, had gotten a hold of the grub truck video, and had been in touch with the rideshare driver, a fraternity house designated driver. Steve said he asked the cops, do you know about the food truck? Do you know about the Uber driver? When the answer to both was negative, he says he exploded. These guys don't even know what the fuck's going on. The family expected to be interviewed by police. Instead, they received a questionnaire to fill out about Kaylee. How do you do victimology off just a questionnaire? They'd also gotten a hold of video of the crime scene from a neighbor that the cops didn't pick up from them. And they'd asked the owner of a local vape shop where Kaylee had talked about a stalker if he'd given the CCTV footage of that to the cops. The answer was no. And now it was too late. The recording had looped. So when Bill Thompson appeared to be muddled about whether the house, a victim, or no one had been targeted, Steve snapped. On December 13th, Steve told Fox Digital he'd hired Shannon Gray because he was frustrated with the police's lack of communication and what he saw as missteps in the investigation. I have a lawyer for a reason, he said. The police talk to his lawyer now. They've messed up a million times, he continued. but I don't get to say that. Because what experience does Steve have? He doesn't know. He's just a dad who woke up one day and had his life turned upside down. Gray started giving TV interviews in which he said he sat down with investigators and Thompson and asked for more transparency and accountability. When Chief Fry first saw Shannon Gray on the news, he was bemused. Who is this guy, he wondered. Most people in Moscow had never heard of him. The more the police chief sees of Gray, on TV and off, the less he trusts him. It doesn't help that back in January, Gray was suspended for the Oregon State Bar for misconduct. He was reinstated 30 days later. Gray moved to the outskirts of Moscow from Portland earlier in the year. In one of life's ironies, he bought the house next door to Nate Wilson, the screenwriter's son of Christ Church pastor Doug Wilson, and the father of the two boys arrested for putting Soviet Moscow stickers on lampposts in the middle of the night during COVID. All of this is so tight-knit. We have Shannon Gray moving in next door to the police guy's son, or the church guy's son. Nate Wilson is completely mesmerized by his new neighbors. Gray's wife, Tiffany, strikes Nate as an emotional, passionate person. And he listens raptly to Gray's life story, which includes an earlier career as a bouncer in a bar and a row with the Moscow City Council over halfway house opposite the junior high school that lacked, he felt, appropriate oversight. He told Wilson he'd uncovered all sorts of corruption and self-dealing inside City Hall, but Nate never gets to the bottom of that story, partly because Gray is always on the road, defending clients in Coeur d'Alene and Kootenai County. And now Gray is swept up in the murders because he started representing the Gonsalves family. Gray is, understandably, given his stalemate with the police, very sympathetic about the Wilson family's clashes with law enforcement. Nate remembers finding it difficult, borderline impossible, to trust that the MPD could get anything done. The chief wants to help the Gonsalves family. He wants to get justice for Kaylee. They are getting closer with the investigation, but the battle lines have been so clearly and aggressively defined by Gray that the police chief feels unable to share much, if anything, with them. It's a shame. Chapter 81, Rochester, New York, December 16th, 2022. It's Dawn, and Christine is looking at the Facebook page, aghast. She posted an exclusive video that has news programs calling her constantly. Her phone is ringing off the hook. It shows Maddie and Kaylee on the sidewalk, en route to the corner club, to the grub truck. Hoodie guy is accompanying them, a little bit off to the side, but it looks as though he's there to help. The two women are not walking entirely steadily. Kaylee asks Maddie, "What did you say to Adam?" Maddie replies, "I told Adam everything." Everyone on the Facebook page and in the media is now fired up about the identity and role of Adam. Oh God, Christine thinks this is not good at all. The opposition, in fact, of what her intention had been. The point of posting the video was to show everyone that hoodie guy, Jack Showalter, apparently had good intentions that night, not bad. She wanted to provide much needed context to the grub truck Twitch video, in which he seemed to stare at them and follow them for no reason. The new video showed there was a perfectly good reason. He'd been walking with them all along. The video had been given to police soon after the investigation began by someone who worked at St. Andrews, but nothing was released to the public. Christine had gotten the video from a man who did not want his name out there or his connection via his girlfriend to St. Andrews College, the building on which the camera perched. The source had followed the online mania and speculation about the hoodie guy and wanted to help clear his name. At first, he'd wanted Christine to show a still, but they ultimately decided the best choice was the simplest. Just play the video. Prior to posting it, Christine sent the video over to Olivia Gonsalves. It turned out that the family knew who Adam was. He's Adam Lauda, a close friend of Jack DeCour, and Maddie and Kaylee. The former high school basketball star bartends at the corner club. The video has gone viral because of the mention of Adam. Who is Adam? That's the headline ran by major news outlets, including Fox News and Inside Edition. And it's the topic of numerous posts on the Facebook page. Mark Trivelpiece, the owner of the Corner Club and Adam's boss, is livid. Not just because he's gone overboard to protect Adam and all the employees from media intrusion, but because weeks ago, police interviewed them all, and they figured the way to protect the investigation was to stay quiet. He knows at once where this video came from, New St. Andrews College, the school funded and owned by Christ Church, which makes him even madder. They like chaos, he said of the church. Anything that can get the people who are dead set on being in Moscow to loosen their grip and make it easier for their people to come in, they're going to do it. Appearing on Fox in a split screen with Shannon Gray on December 17th is Steve Gonsalves, who surprises Christine by saying, "We've had that film for a while." Even so, she's glad he's doing an interview to set the record straight about Adam. "I believe the business reached out to us directly after they had given that to the police," Steve says, though his attempt to calm the waters once again roils Christine, who thought she had an exclusive. The video, Steve says, was kind of comforting to us because it's just two girls having a good time, talking about, asking about their bartender, just being girls on their way to the grub truck. We did the obvious due diligence and looked into that, and it was pretty clear that this individual was not a part of the investigation as far as a suspect. Phew, thinks Christine. But even as the speculation about Adam is dying down, another problem appears. Papa Roger. This Facebook page is meant to be a place to discuss the murders, not rant. His posts continue to needle other members. It's not just his arrogance. It's some undefinable feeling of aggression. He keeps making snide comments like, "Why is proof so hard for you? Help me help you. Maybe you should consider post-secondary education. And do you have emotional issues?" On December 14th, he posted about law enforcement. "Fight me. LE is no closer to solving this than they were 30 days ago? 2 days later, the killer has a sexual dysfunction. Thoughts? And in another instance of seeming overconfidence, of possibly having peculiar insight into the case, when he was asked how long he suspected the killer was in the house. Papa Roger answered, 15 minutes. That would freak me out. That would freak me out. On December 22nd, he posted, "The killer is not in the victim's immediate circle." And on December 24th, someone asked, "You think the assailant has left the area?" Papa Roger replied, "Likely." Sitting in his office at the police station, Chief Fry is interested in following this. The team has appointed an investigator to track all the social media discussions about the case, including the Facebook page. Told you, they're all over media. They're all over social media. Truck you. I'm getting complimented by Streamlabs. By now, the police have a good idea of who their suspect is, and Papa Roger is right. The suspect is not in the victim's immediate circle. And yes, he has left the area. The question for the investigator is, why is Papa Roger right? Is it because he knows the suspect, or because he is the suspect? Chapter 82, Moscow, Idaho. December 19th, 2022. It's evening when Brett Payne gets the phone call from the FBI suggesting that Brian Koberger might be worth looking into. It's the call he and his team have been waiting for. The DNA from the knife sheath was the one thing we had that we thought was a very strong piece of evidence, Payne will later say. The next morning, via Microsoft Teams, the FBI walks him through how they constructed the family tree. and why they believe Koberger should be looked at. Payne doesn't know much, if anything, about investigative genetic genealogy. He's never used it before. So he finds the details they give him above his head, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that the tree includes the Koberger family, based in Pennsylvania. On December 23rd, the investigators have enough information for Payne to apply for a warrant to pull Brian Koberger's phone records to check the location of the cell towers pinged by his phone in the early hours of November 13th. So here we are on December 23rd. Brian's in Pennsylvania and they're pulling his phone records, unbeknownst to him. Payne learns from AT&T records that Koberger's cell does indeed appear in the broader area during that morning. 2:42 a.m., network near Pullman, pulls up the cell phone near his house heading south out of Pullman. 2:47, the phone disappears from the network. 4:48, the phone reappears on a network covering I-95 south out of Moscow. 5:30, phone shows up at the Pullman network again. 9 o'clock a.m., phone appears to leave the Pullman network. Between 9:12 and 9:21, phone shows up on the network around 1122 King Road. And I believe he was going back to see if he could get that to see if he dropped the sheath maybe. Maybe he didn't know where he dropped it. Maybe he thought he dropped it in the parking lot or something and he could scoop it up. I don't know. I think he was back there about that knife sheath. I think he knew he left it. I think he knew it was a fuck up. But then maybe not. Because there was no DNA on it other than on that little snap. So maybe he felt that he was safe. Maybe he felt he was safe leaving that behind, and it was like a red herring, if you will. Is that what that, right? 9:31 a.m., phone is back on the network, covering Koberger's home in Pullman. In fact, the phone, when they retrieve it, will also show that an hour later, around 10:30 a.m., while he's still at home, Koberger takes a strange mirror selfie in what appears to be the bathroom of his apartment. The bare shower rod, empty towel rack, and white tile work are visible in the background. His dark hair damp, he's grinning, giving a thumbs up. His face deathly pale. Meg, I think the FBI reactivated it. He's wearing over-ear headphones and a clean white dress shirt, buttoned all the way up to the top. In order to see if Koberger had stalked the King Road house or anyone in it, Payne and his team get another warrant and review earlier records of the phone's calls as well as locations. Since Koberger opened the account in 2022, the phone appears to have been close to the King Road house on at least 12 occasions, all except one occurred late at night. So finally, the puzzle's coming together. Now it's time to find a way to prove the very compelling but still circumstantial theory that Brian Koberger is their man. The simplest and most obvious way to do this is to check his DNA and see if it matches the DNA on the knife sheath. The FBI reaches out to its Philadelphia field office. Plans for a surveillance operation in the area are set in motion. The chief knows better than to count his chickens, but this year, Christmas feels more bountiful than he had dared hope. He even manages to take the whole day off to be with Julie and the family. And because he's feeling optimistic, he writes back to his emailer in Florida, the one who tells him this will be unsolved, like the JonBenet Ramsey case. I want to wish you a very Merry Christmas. God bless you. The guy writes back, you better hope God blesses you, because if not, you're going to go down in history as one of the worst. We shall see, thinks the chief. We shall see. Okay, the next one is about Chronicles of Olivia and her interview. If you guys don't mind, I'm going to take like a 5-minute break, get a snack, get something to drink, stretch my legs. And then we'll get back to the interview that Olivia did with the Gonsalves family. We are on chapter 83, page 277. I'm looking forward to reading more with you after we take a little break. So I hope to see you guys back here in about 5 minutes.
Of the semester, Koberger's of appearance and his grading.
Later in the semester, like the last time he came was probably a couple weeks before the class ended. Physically, I remember he looked a little bit more disheveled. He had like some stubble coming on. His hair was a little, messed up or whatever. Nothing like crazy, but enough that I remember seeing him and thinking like, oh man, finals must be really getting to him or something like that. What happened is he started giving everyone just like high marks and not leaving any notes. Our midterm was right at the end of September, the start of October, and then we didn't have any other like graded and marked up assignments until early December.
In hindsight, Hayden now wonders about the shift in his TA's behavior. The murders Koberger has been charged with
for making it happen. I want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
All right. We are back. We are back. Welcome back. I had some PB crackers, getting my caffeine, some Coke Zero. I want to thank you guys for being here again today. Hey, William. Yep, the next chapter is about Olivia. Oops. We are back. Jesus, that was loud. Why didn't you guys tell me I'm so loud? Ooh, terrible. Okay. Maybe, Flo. Excuse me. I think he's saying Olivia, not Alivia. Hey, Tammy. Good to see you. I'll have to find her email and send her an email, see what she says. Her in one box, Howard in another. That would be great. Okay, here we go. We're starting back with chapter 83. Oh, he does live in Florida, really? I did not know that. He did do an interview on the media yesterday on one of the news stations. We've got lots of interviews to play, and I think there's going to be a lot more. So maybe we'll be covering a lot of interviews in the next few days as well, because all these people are going to be probably talking that can now. Chapter 83, Rathdrum, Idaho, December 28th, 2022. Olivia, Steve, and Christy Gonsalves are seated together on their black leather couch, tissues in hand. A large photograph of Kaylee hangs behind them. They are giving their first in-depth interview, not to a reporter from a news network, but to a cyber sleuth from New York, Olivia Vitale, a brunette in her 20s. They've chosen Olivia rather than a journalist from an established news network, Steve says, because in going through Kaylee's TikTok, he learned that Kaylee watched Olivia's interviews under her moniker, Chronicles of Olivia. Could this be a sign that Olivia is the chosen one to find whoever killed Kaylee? It feels like this is Kaylee approved, and if that can play a role in solving this crime, then that makes it a lot better. That helps with the process of healing, he says on camera. Toward the end of the interview, Olivia explains that she has taken it upon herself to be the Gonsalves family. Wait. Toward the end of the interview, Olivia explains that she has taken it upon herself to be the Gonsalves family's own cyber sleuth. Her mother, Christy, tried for a week to follow University of Idaho case discussion Facebook page, but quit because it made her too upset. But Olivia understands what a treasure trove, a hind mind of research exists online. Olivia speaks slowly and empathetically to the camera. I'm in every group I can be. I monitor every post. But what if he slips up there? What if he's in one of those groups? What if he says something that's a little too close that gives me a bad feeling? That's why it's a long shot, but it's what I can do. I can take that time. I can read these posts. I'm physically capable of doing that, so I will. Olivia devotes all her waking hours to the work because who knows what or who she will find. The same day that the Gonsalves film with Olivia Vitale, the chief and his colleagues field a query from NBC about a Texas-based self-described psychic and TikTok cyber sleuth. Ashley Joulard, creator of Ashley Solves Mysteries, has now posted hundreds of videos accusing UI Associate Professor, History Professor Rebecca Schofield of orchestrating the murders. Professor Schofield has never met any of the 4 victims. She and her husband and young children were in Portland, Oregon when the murders occurred. But this doesn't matter to Joulard, whose evidence is based solely on her clairvoyant insights. She keeps posting that Schofield had at some unspecified time a romantic relationship with Kaylee, and when she was jilted, she hired a hitman to prevent the affair from ever coming to light. Juilliard identified the hitman as Jack DeCour. Schofield hired a lawyer in Boise, former U.S. Attorney Wendy Olson, who wrote twice to Joulard asking her to cease and desist with the lunatic claims. But the psychic doubled down and posted even more. On December 21st, Schofield sued Juilliard for defamation. The suit claimed that her family's safety had been put at risk. So now NBC is on the phone to police asking if Schofield is, in fact, a suspect. By now, Fry, Snell, and the communications teams know better than to bother squawking in disbelief when the crank questions come. They give a measured statement. At this time, in the investigation, detectives do not believe the female associate professor and chair of the history department at the University of Idaho suing a TikTok user for defamation is involved in this crime. I know I said at one point, there are no dumb questions, Fry later said, but I was wrong. There are. Chapter 84, Pullman, Washington, December 28th, 2022. The WSU police chief, Gary Jenkins, is finishing up for the day when he sees that James Fry is calling his cell phone. Can you meet at our police department? Fry asks. Jenkins and Fry are old friends. Jenkins was recently reassigned to WSU, but prior to that, he ran the Pullman Police Department for 12 years. It's highly unusual for Fry to be as secretive and tight-lipped as he has been about the Idaho 4, as the victims are coming to be known. But the chiefs have helped each other out on dozens of cases. Jenkins knows what his friend is trying to prevent, somehow tipping off the murderer. So as he drives over to the Moscow police station, he assumes Fry's holding a secondary multi-agency briefing, similar to the one where they asked for help searching for the white Hyundai Elantra. But when Fry meets Jenkins at the front door of the station, the WSU chief senses this is different. Jenkins follows Fry upstairs and into the conference room and sees a sea of faces. He realizes the entire team of investigators is gathered there, waiting for him. What they are about to tell him, Fry says, is completely confidential. not to be shared even with his agency. In that instant, he realizes why he's there. They found whoever did this. And this person is at WSU or on his turf. His heart sinks. Brett Payne says, "We think we know who the suspect is, and he's in WSU housing." And then he says his name, Brian Kohberger. Odd name, Jenkins thinks. But it's an odd, familiar name. It rings a bell. And then it comes to him. I know that name. He tells the people in the room. He sees astonishment on their faces. I think I interviewed him for an internship position when I was Pullman chief. I probably have his resume and cover letter in my files. He goes straight back to his office and sends them over. Payne and the team receive them, and their contents make it straight on to Payne's draft affidavit, the one he'll submit providing evidence to justify an arrest warrant for Brian Kohberger. It already contains what the police have discovered about the path of the Hyundai Elantra, Kohberger's cell phone records, and what Dylan Mortensen saw that night. Payne now adds to it the following. Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman Police Department, we learned that Kohberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also showed Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied for the internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Kohberger wrote this essay. He had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Kohberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found by an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to, quote, understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. While Payne is writing, Jenkins is sitting in front of his computer, already running his to-do list through his mind. He's getting ready for what he'll say when he's allowed to share what he knows, and for when his team gets the green light to write the warrants for the Moscow team to search Kohberger's home and office. Thank God he'd spoken to the guy in charge of camera security along Stadium Way, the main street in Pullman. Soon after the murders, they'd agreed it might be worth holding on to the footage of the night of the murders beyond the regular retention of 60 days. He sees in his databases that Pullman cops pulled over Kohberger in October, and now he sees that his guys, officers Tingo and Whitman, had identified the car a few weeks back. WSU's community is going to freak out when Kohberger is arrested. Jenkins knows this. He's got a team of counselors on standby for the cops. He'll almost certainly have to offer their services to the university. He goes back to his database. What else was there about this guy that was missed? There was a break-in near his apartment recently. Wasn't there some story about a student being followed to her car? What else? His train of thought is interrupted by his phone. It's Fry, thanking him for Kohberger's resume and cover letter. No problem, says Jenkins. Oh, and Gary, one more thing, says Fry, letting out a small chuckle. Aren't you glad you didn't accept his application? More than you know, replies Jenkins. Chapter 85, Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, December 27th, 2022. Get in, get the garbage, get out, don't be seen. The FBI surveillance team can tell Kohberger is skittish and that he knows what he's doing. It's pitch black, freezing. The agents are cloaked by night and by the dense woods of the Poconos. It's the time when most people are sound asleep, particularly in the dead of winter. And yet, astonishingly, by 4 a.m., Brian Kohberger walks out of his parents' house, carrying garbage and wearing nitrile gloves. He dumps the bag into his neighbor's trash can, then scurries inside. But a few hours later, he's back out again, gloved and depositing more garbage in his neighbor's trash cans. Back and forth. He carries out bags several times in the hours to come, always wearing gloves. The agents are ahead of him, though. They know time is of the essence. In the early hours of the morning, they fish the garbage out of the Koberger's bins and the neighbors. According to the law, once trash is placed in a bin or on the curb, it's public property. They fly it to the Idaho State Lab. By December 28th, they've got what they need. They alert Pennsylvania's state police stationed at Stroudsburg to be ready. Brian's DNA was not in the trash. He must have worked overtime to ensure that. But his dad's DNA is. And his dad's DNA shows the likelihood of his being the father to the person whose DNA is on the sheath. A likelihood that, according to the lab, would not be shared with at least 99.9998% of the male population. That's enough for Payne to finish his probable cause affidavit, sign it, and walk it over to the courthouse for the signature of Judge Megan Marshall. From there, it's emailed to Pennsylvania. Justin Larry and Brian Knoll, 2 veteran troopers in Pennsylvania Criminal Investigation Division, fill out the paperwork they need to get a judge to sign the arrest warrant and the other seizure warrants. At 4:35 p.m., Judge Margarita Patty Worthington of the Monroe County Court of Common Pleas signs them. Now it's go time. The Pennsylvania State Police Special Emergency Response Team, CERT, gets ready for a night raid. Chapter 86, Rochester, New York, December 29th, 2022. It's 7:10 p.m. and Christine is hunched over her laptop watching Papa Roger cross a line. He writes to one woman, "Please elaborate, you attention whore." And to another, "You are full of donkey excrement." Christine asks a friend, Deb Cully, to oversee the page when her and Alina are busy. Deb's technical title is page moderator. She calls Christine. "This guy's going crazy," she says. Deb had to delete 4 of his posts in the space of a few minutes. Christine tells Deb to go ahead and ban him. "We have strict rules about name-calling other people, belittling other people, swearing at them, or trying to meddle in their real life," she said. "But when you ban someone, you delete the footprint of all their posts." This is not something that worries Christine in the moment, but later she'd wish she screenshotted absolutely everything he'd posted before they banned him. An hour later, she sees that he's created a new Facebook page called Moscow, Idaho Murders. Anything goes. It's a collage of Instagram photographs, chiefly from Maddie's account, although there are a couple pictures of Kaylee. Oh well, Christine thinks. Papa Roger is trying to compete with her. Let him try. But the next day, he goes dark. No posts, nothing. When Christine looks at her Facebook messages to find their correspondence, she sees the messages are gone, as is his creepy picture. Now that is weird. That doesn't need to happen after a ban. She doesn't know if he deliberately styled himself after Elliot Rodger or what the deal was. On December 30th, the news bursts onto TVs around the country. The police have made an arrest in Pennsylvania. When Christine compares the features of the guy in handcuffs on her TV screen to the profile picture of Papa Roger, she sees an uncanny resemblance, and she starts to wonder, was he right here under her nose all this time? Is Brian Koberger also Papa Roger? Chapter 87, Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, December 29th, 2022. The emergency response team readies the explosives, the flashbangs they'll use for dynamic entry. It's the only way to handle dangerous arrests. You've got to protect the team, Fry said. It's all about creating a diversion. He did his part to divert Koberger, by giving a short statement earlier that evening in his office. On camera, he announced that 1122 King Road would be visited by a cleanup crew on Friday to deal with biohazardous material. He also thanked the public for the tips. Almost 20,000 had come in. His entire statement took 1 minute. If Koberger was watching, and chances were he was, he'd have no idea from the chief's grim expression and matter-of-fact delivery that outside his window, around 40 highly trained members of the Pennsylvania State Police SWAT team are getting ready to enter his parents' house. Let's talk about the banning of Papa Roger. I don't think it hurt anything, because Papa Roger was, after Brian's arrest in January, was reactivated. And I think they went in there and got all his posts from his actual account. So he also made a new group. So that gave them more of a digital footprint, if you will, that he created this group. Chapter 87, Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, December 29th, 2022. The emergency response team readies the explosives. Oh, I already read that. Sorry. If Koberger was watching, and chances were he was, he would have no idea. Okay, I read that. Fry on the other side of the country knows from personal experience exactly how this is going to play out. Back in 2011, Fry's ride-along partner, Paul, stood on a ladder looking into a room at the Best Western where a UI student, professor of psychology, Ernesto Bustamante, was holed up with 6 guns. He had just shot dead his student, Katie Benoit, with whom he'd had a romantic relationship. The cops wanted to get inside the room before he could shoot himself or someone else. They had shot canisters of gas through the window to persuade him to come out. Kwiatkowski's goal was to explain what was going on and calm the professor down. But with no warning, the SWAT team threw a flashbang through the front door into the gas, temporarily blinding Kwiatkowski and almost knocking him off the ladder. The chief climbed up the ladder to rescue his friend, who recovered. But Bustamante had killed himself by the time the cops got to the room. That was not ideal. So Fry knows the playbook that they'll use in Monroe County. The team in Pennsylvania would use flashbangs as a distraction. They'll likely throw one through the front door or run a diversionary device through, say, the back window or the kitchen. The combination of the loud bang and bright light usually stun the occupants and give the team time to get in the room. The team in Pennsylvania wound up doing more than this to guarantee access. It was later determined that they'd blown out several windows and several doors. They find Brian Koberger awake, dressed in shorts and a shirt. He's standing in the kitchen wearing medical-type gloves, putting trash in Ziploc bags. They surround him at gunpoint, zip-tie his hands, and stuff him in a police car. Then they ransack the house and his car for anything and everything covered by the warrants. A few hours later, Koberger is sitting in the Monroe County Jail. He's been swabbed for DNA. After initially waiving his right to counsel and agreeing to speak with law enforcement without a lawyer, he changed his mind and asked for one. At approximately 7:15 a.m. local time, Gary Jenkins accompanies the Moscow PD team with warrants to search Koberger's apartment in Pullman and his office on campus. And at 1 p.m., James Fry ascends the podium at City Hall. With Bill Thompson behind him on the left, he's finally able to say the words that he hopes will deliver the knockout blow to his numerous critics. Last night, in conjunction with the Pennsylvania State Police and Federal Bureau of Investigation, detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher Koberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on a warrant for the murder of Ethan, Xana, Madison, and Kaylee. Later that night, Fry's Florida emailer writes, "We'll see if you got your right guy." Fry wonders if this guy will be skeptical once Koberger is in custody in Idaho, and he's read the probable cause affidavit. Because if ever a document demonstrated good police work, Fry thinks this is surely it. Now we're on part 4. Part 4. On the Run. Chapter 88. Moscow, Idaho, November 13th, 2022. We're back to November 13th, the day of the murders. The drive west from Moscow to Pullman on Route 270 can take just minutes. On the back roads, it can take hours. When Brett Payne's affidavit became public, it explained the police's belief that Brian Koberger took the circuitous route. According to the affidavit, after the murders, Koberger's Elantra left Moscow, headed south toward Genesee, then turned west to Uniontown, which is not so much a town as a shack surrounded by miles of cornfields. If WSU kids have been drinking in Moscow and don't want to get pulled over by cops, they'll risk the back roads, well known to be deserted during the day, unlit at night, and treacherous with snow and ice in the winter. But Rand Walker, the Moscow therapist, opined that to someone who has committed murder, the road's most dangerous facets could become conveniences. He suggested that a person could toss a murder weapon into the surrounding snow-covered fields, and the chance that anyone would find it was negligible. That early morning, according to Payne's affidavit, it took Koberger over an hour to make his way back to Pullman, 50 minutes longer than it took to make the drive 8 miles on 270. But he stayed home for less than 4 hours. At around 9 a.m., according to Payne, he left Pullman and returned to Moscow. Not just to Moscow, but to the very scene of the murders. Every criminologist knows that the more emotional the crime, the more likely it is that the criminal will revisit the scene. Koberger's phone pinged on the 1122 King Road network between 9:12 and 9:21 a.m. It was the last time the cops saw his phone use the Moscow cell network. And then, the cops believe, he went home. His cell records show him arriving back in Pullman at 9:32. But Koberger wasn't done driving for the day, not by a long shot. Just 3 hours or so later, his cell records suggest he made the 40-minute trip from Pullman to Clarkston, Washington, via U.S. Highway 195, where cameras saw him at Kate's Cup of Joe Coffee, and then at 12:46 at the Clarkston grocery store, Albertsons, where he purchased unknown items and left at 1:04 p.m. Students of local crimes, and Koberger was certainly one of those, knew that Clarkston was a good place to throw things into the river. 12 years earlier, Charles Capone strangled his ex-wife and threw her body into the river. It was never found. Bill Thompson got the conviction only after an accomplice talked. Next, Payne wrote, Koberger returned to the country roads he had been driving the night before. His phone pinged in the rural backwoods of Johnson, Washington, 2 hours from Lewiston, between 5:32 and 5:36. Then it vanished from the network 2.5 hours later from 5:36 to 8 p.m. Payne didn't account for what happened in those hours. But Koberger's defense attorney, when he got one, wrote in court papers that the police never found the murder weapon, nor did they find any of the victim's DNA on his clothes or in his car. In fact, the knife sheath appears to have been his only mistake. Gary Jenkins said, from what I've heard of his activities afterwards, he was pretty sophisticated in knowing how to get rid of DNA and whatever else he needed to do. I don't know if he went to Lewiston, but he certainly did a lot of driving around. Chapter 89, Pullman, Washington, November 14th, 2022. Ben Roberts has his mind on end-of-term exams, so he barely notices that the spot where Brian Koberger usually sits in class in Wilson Short Hall is empty today. Ben's head is filled with projects and deadlines. Plus, he just bumped into someone in the financial technology program who has the news of 4 horrendous homicides over in Moscow. University students stabbed in their bedrooms in the middle of the night. That's completely horrible, Ben thinks. He tries to put it out of his mind, goes back to focusing on his classwork. But later, members of the cohort and Ben will think hard about Brian's absence that day and what it means. They clocked it because they decided they needed to create a paper trail, a record of what Brian said and did, just in case something unexpected happened. If he were to lodge a complaint against one of the professors, for instance. We all felt he was creepy, Ben said, but harmless. Brian is weird, but he's not evil. But the next day and the day after that, Ben starts to see a slight change in Brian. He becomes a bit lighter, more animated. Ben ascribes it to the end of the term coming and the filters coming off. Something about his appearance is a little looser. He's grown stubble. Ben also hears that Brian's grading of the undergraduate's papers is changing dramatically. Everyone, women included, starts getting high marks. Brian stops writing essays on their essays. Some of the students are shocked, but also relieved. Ben hears the gossip, but he doesn't pay too much attention to it at this time. None of the cohort does. Their focus is on exams and grades. They came here to get graduate degrees so they could find good jobs. Ben assumes that's what they all want. Brian must too. But when Ben thinks about it, he realizes that Brian doesn't talk much about his plans for the future. Still, Ben assumes he has them. Why wouldn't he? Chapter 90, Pullman, Washington, November 17, 2022. Some of the WSU kids have skipped town early for Thanksgiving. The murders over in Moscow have freaked everyone out. So the receptionist at the medical center is glad when one of them, at least, keeps his scheduled appointment. The kid's name is Brian Koberger. He comes in a North Face jacket. Tall, thin, pale, eyes that bug out. He's a talker. Goes out of his way to chat to all the staff, charm them. He stands out. The receptionist doesn't usually remember anybody's name, but she'll remember Brian's. Her boss doesn't usually comment on any of the patients. But even she says, he's so nice and charming. Kind of reminds me of Ted Bundy. The receptionist agrees. Before he leaves, Brian schedules an appointment for the next spring. See you then, she tells him. She and her colleagues will look forward to that. Chapter 91, Pullman, Washington, November 18th, 2022. So what do you think about the murders in Moscow? Peggy at the State Department of Licensing in Pullman is making small talk with the thin, tall WSU student in front of the line who has come to exchange his Pennsylvania plate for 2 Washington plates for his white Hyundai Elantra. His name, according to the forums, is Brian Koberger. She and her 5 colleagues regularly make small talk with their customers. They pride themselves on running a government outfit that's got some character. They allow pet dogs to run around. They don't want their customers to have a run-of-the-mill experience just because it's vehicle licensing. They want the experience to be memorable, fun even. They've got a reputation they're proud of. So Peggy doesn't hesitate to get into the murders when this guy in order to pass the time. Horrific, isn't it? He replies. God. She later says there was nothing out of the ordinary about the conversation. He's as happy to chat as she is. Frankly, it makes people feel better about what's happened to blow off steam together. It's a productive coping mechanism. The guy says he's as shocked as they all are. Nervous, too, that the murderer is on the loose. He wants to know what she thinks. Who would have done that? Is the murderer among them? What about what the cops said? It's such a perfectly normal exchange that, given the circumstances, Peggy doesn't think twice about it. But then, after he's arrested, when she sees his face on TV, it hits her. The guy she said had a perfectly normal chat with about the murders was changing his plates to try to get away with it. She can hardly believe it. Chapter 92, Pullman, Washington, December 2nd, 2022. At 1:45 p.m., Rose Perez, a local hairstylist, sees that one of her regulars, Brian, is coming in for his usual skin fade 35-minute hair appointment. No big deal, she thinks. Brian has always been nice, polite. He started to come to her in July. Since then, he's popped in every few weeks and become one of her regulars. He left her a voicemail yesterday asking if she could fit him in the next day. She was able to see him at Powers Barbershop, just off the main street in Pullman, where she works most days. So today, he shows up, and as she clips using the scissors and the blade, they talk the way they usually do. She learns he'll be heading home to Pennsylvania for Christmas soon, but he plans to be back in January. It's a routine visit on a routine day, but in 4 weeks, Rose won't think anything about it or him was routine. When she sees his mugshot on TV, she falls on the floor. It's crazy to find out I interacted with this person, she later said. I touched this person's hair. I made this person look and feel good about themselves. Like everyone whom Brian ran into over the next few weeks, she wondered if she'd missed any signs. But Brian is a good actor. He's confident. And the Pullman police have no idea that the suspect is in their midst, or what he looks like, or, in fact, anything. Because for once, in an unprecedented fashion, Moscow hasn't been looping them in or sharing any details. And that makes them unhappy. Glenn Johnson, the Pullman mayor at the time, later reflected, everyone was so frustrated. Where's the information? They keep asking. The Pullman cops have an unwritten rule never to have less than half of a tank of gas in their car, in case Moscow needs them to pursue someone who has committed a crime there. But now the Pullman cops are sitting in their cars idle. They have nothing to go on. When WSU Police Chief Gary Jenkins considered how Brian resumed his normal activities in Pullman in the days and weeks following the murders, he believed his actions denoted a growing confidence. I would think with every day that went by that he wasn't caught, that his chances were getting better and better, that he would be, Jenkins said. But cockiness, it turns out, can be misplaced. Chapter 93. Pullman, Washington, December 2022. It's one of the last classes of the semester. Criminal Justice Processes and Institutions. A course taught by Dr. Craig Hemmons and Wilson Short Hall. The topic of the recent murders in Moscow is brought up for class discussion. For instance, what is legally on the table for the murderer when they've caught him? Idaho has the death penalty. Washington State does not. The murderer surely would have known this. Ordinarily, Brian would be front and center, speaking more than most of the others. But one of Brian's classmates, someone who has 4 classes with him that semester and is used to listening to his monologues, notices that he doesn't speak at all. He's got nothing to say on a topic that has the class revved up. This is extraordinary, the classmate thinks. The classmate assumes Koberger is ill or tired or something. Ben Roberts, another classmate, remembers dimly that Brian said he was on extra shorts. He was running on extra short on sleep in December. But it doesn't occur to anyone that their homophobic, misogynistic classmate is anything other than deeply weird. Ben wonders if Brian is feeling the pressure of being the only one in their cohort from the East Coast, if he's found it hard to adapt to the Pacific Northwest culture. He is running into an entirely new group of people who are now his peers, he said. He doesn't have any seniority over anybody. He doesn't have any authority. He is trying to adapt to a new social structure on the opposite side of the country. And the West Coast does some things differently than the East Coast. Weeks later, Steve Gonsalves, his blood boiling at the thought of, quote, this Pennsylvania kid who came out here on purpose to kill us, said something similar. I know my history. The East Coast feels like they're the superior coast, Steve said. But he's determined not to let this atrocity undermine the very reason he moved his family here. His desire to provide a safe home for his family. So his goal is to make absolutely sure prosecutors get a conviction so the world can see that Idaho is still the sanctuary he believes in. We have farm towns and trusting people, Steve said, but he underestimated us. Chapter 94, Pullman, Washington, December 9th, 2022. Brian is blowing up again at Professor Snyder. Only 2 days ago, it had seemed as though Brian might have eked out of a Hail Mary. He and Snyder, along with graduate director Dave Willits and Dr. Melanie Angela Newelly, so the cohort hears, had met in Wilson Short Hall to discuss Brian's progress following the improvement plan that had been emailed him on November 3rd. The plan that had told him to be more respectful to women, his professors, his peers, and his students. While not perfect, we agree that there was progress, Dr. Newelly wrote to Brian. Yet the committee still decided it had to terminate him. Because now, just 2 days after the promising meeting, Brian is losing it for the second time this semester with Snyder in the professor's office. When Ben and Brian's cohort hear about this, they are mystified about how anyone could rub the affable, easygoing professor the wrong way. To use very coarse language for a second, Ben said, if you fuck up badly enough that you wind up on a PIP, a performance improvement plan as a graduate student, you have done something terrible, dreadfully, miserably wrong. But Brian cannot control himself in front of Snyder, apparently. The rest of the class has seen what happens to Brian when he's angry. He goes bright red and clenches his fists so hard that the knuckles turn white. Chief Jenkins heard that one of the thorny issues under discussion is the allegation by a woman student that Brian followed her to her car. But the discussion spins out of control, way beyond civility, into something angry. 2 days later, on December 11th, Dr. Newelly wrote to Brian requesting a meeting, at which he must have known she would fire him, and he would lose his funding. She later wrote in her termination letter of December 19th that she had requested the meeting because of his altercation with Professor Snyder. It became apparent that you had not made progress regarding professionalism. Brian will receive this letter when he's back home in Pennsylvania, so the rest of the cohort is in the dark as to what happened. As far as they know, he'll come back in January, but they aren't giving much thought to him and his difficulties. Top of mind for them is the troubling fact that there have been these horrific murders in Moscow, and the police seem to have no clue who did it. So everyone just wants to get the heck out of Dodge for the holidays. Chapter 95, Pullman, Washington, December 12th, 2022. Diola Andituji, WSU criminal justice undergrad, is puzzled when she looks at her end of semester grade. She sees that Professor Snyder's TA, Brian, had posted that she got a B. He's wrong, she thinks. He added up her scores wrong. She deserves an A. So she emails him and tells him he needs to fix it. She's never had a one-on-one interaction with Brian before. She's seen him in Snyder's class 3 or 4 times, but not recently. It seems he has stopped coming to class. She doesn't know why. She assumes he got his own stuff to take care of. When he was in class, he was strangely restless and flitted around unnervingly. One time, Professor Snyder asked him to move because the professor said he didn't like people standing behind him while they taught. So Brian hovered somewhere by the door. It was awkward. At 10:58 p.m., Brian emails Diola back. Quote, I have adjusted the settings to only count your 10 highest scores. This should have a positive impact. Let me know if you have any questions. Good, she thinks. That's taken care of. And she doesn't think about Brian Kohberger anymore. Until she sees his mugshot a few weeks later. And then she thinks that if he committed the murders he's been accused of, it's both odd and interesting that he bothered to answer her email about the grade. Chapter 96, Indiana, December 15th, 2022. At 10:45 a.m. on the third day of the 4-day cross-country trek east from Pullman, Washington to Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, father and son hear sirens on I-70 outside Indianapolis. Brian pulls over and waits for the officer to get out of the cop car and approach from the shoulder. Michael Koberger is in the passenger seat, a buffer between the officer and his son. If Brian fears the worst, he hides any inner turmoil. His face is pale, as usual, but his hands are on his lap, relaxed. The sheriff's deputy is disarmingly cordial as he asks for Brian's license. You were right up on the back end of that van, man. I pulled you over for tailgating. Is this your car? Brian nods. Where you headed? Now Michael injects himself into the conversation, which goes strangely circuitously. Michael, well, we're coming from WSU. Sheriff's deputy, what's WSU? Michael says it's Washington State University. Then he explains there's just been an incident involving a SWAT team. Brian interjects. I go to the WSU University, basically. No one has answered the deputy's question, so he asks again. So you're coming from Washington State University and you're going where? Michael tells him, we're going to Pennsylvania. He adds conversationally and with emphasis. We're slightly punchy from hours, days of driving. Sheriff's deputy, what did you say about some SWAT thing? Michael, there was a mass shooting and everything. Sheriff's deputy, interesting. Michael, well, it's horrifying, actually. Sheriff's deputy, so y'all work at the university there? Brian, I actually do work there. Michael, with pride, he's getting a PhD. Sheriff's deputy, yeah, I hadn't heard about that incident. Just yesterday, or? Michael explains just about an hour and a half ago, they learned that a SWAT team was called in to deal with a gunman hostage situation at WSU. The situation is still wrapping up. He says he thinks they did shoot somebody. Brian again interrupts his dad. Not sure about that, actually. This conversation has gotten far, far away from tailgating. The cop has other things to do today. Interesting, he says. He lets him go. Not 10 minutes later, the Kobergers hear sirens again. They are still on I-70. This time it's the Indiana State Police. Again, the trooper explains he's pulled them over because Brian is tailgating. If Brian senses anything strange or threatening about the second stop, he hides it well. This time, Michael looks slightly nonplussed when the officer appears at the passenger window. But again, the officer is quick to let them go. I'm not going to give you guys another ticket or warning if you just got stopped. Just make sure you give yourself plenty of room. It's all about how fast you're going, okay? Then he asks, where are y'all headed? When they answer, he laughs. That's a long haul. You guys scared of airplanes? For weeks, months, years, in fact, after Koberger is arrested, it's reported that the Indiana stops were not random. It's reported that the FBI already had Koberger in their sights. That the FBI had a single-engine plane tracking him. That the FBI hadn't looped in Moscow to what they knew. Ooh! So the sources told these authors that they were following not only with these two stops, but with a plane. That's crazy. A single engine plane tracking him. And Moscow had no idea. Many articles mention this, and Chief James Fry gets irritated every time he reads one because it's not only off base, it's completely nuts. He's pissed that the only leak in the entire investigation came not from any people who worked directly with him, but from the Pennsylvania branch of the FBI. And why do I have headphones on? Can someone tell me why I have headphones on? Just realized I had those on. I'm like, what? Okay. Came from not of the people that worked with him, but he believes from the Pennsylvania branch of the FBI. So tell me this. If they can't keep their mouths shut that we're getting ready to arrest a person, do you think they can keep their mouths shut about a plane tracking the killer all the way across the United States? He asked sarcastically. Yet again, in his view, the media knows nothing and wants to make a buck off something. It makes a great story, he said wryly. It's also completely untrue. If that truly would have happened, and I would have found out about it, you would have probably seen the roof of the apartment come off. The boring truth of it is, as far as Fry knows, and as a spokesperson for the FBI has unusually stated on the record, the stops in Indiana were random. Who thinks, oh, we got to freaking close our poll. Who thinks they were random? I don't think it was random. I think that the FBI doesn't give off their tips or their tactics. You think that he brought up the shooting at WSU to throw the police off? So it came out that Kohberger's dad's flight records came out. I don't know if y'all saw that. But he actually booked his flight the day before he flew out there, like last minute. So, I don't know. Like Brian got fired on the 11th and then his dad booked his flight on the 12th or whatever. Something like that. Hey, Mystic Firefly. I don't know. It's interesting. The timeline of the events of the investigation indicates that law enforcement had not yet honed in on Kohberger on December 15th. Brett Payne hadn't even heard the name Brian Kohberger until the FBI phoned on December 19th. He didn't try to obtain warrants for Kohberger's phones until December 23rd. It was only in the days right before Christmas that the threads connecting the touch DNA on the knife sheath, the right model of the white Hyundai Elantra, and its new license plate and the owner came together. And then the phone records all pointed to Brian Kohberger. On December 15th, when the Kohbergers were pulled over, law enforcement still didn't have him. The Kohbergers arrived in Pennsylvania on December 16th without being stopped again, and Fry's team was later able to see that the car had reached home. But in that moment, Kohberger was still safe. He was still below the radar of Fry's team, although that was changing by the moment. Liz W., thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, the flight was paid for with miles, with someone's miles. I was thinking hashtag Catherine Ramsland. She travels a lot. Just saying. Chapter 97, Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, December 28th, 2022. Brian gets in the car. He's cleaned every inch of it, inside and out, and drives to the end of Monroe County and back. Now, let's throw in here, okay, because we're on December 28th of 2022. Let's throw in here that on December 24th, Christmas Eve, Mr. Kohberger, Michael, was pulled over. Yes, we had that happen. Okay. He doesn't know it, but he's got eyes on him every second. His car and his phone are being tracked. There's a team of Pennsylvania state troopers in the woods surrounding 119 Lambsden Drive, surveilling it around the clock. They've been there since yesterday at dawn. They've seen him depositing the garbage in his neighbor's bins. Brian has no idea that they've taken the family garbage or that a forensics lab will determine that there is a 99.99998% chance that the DNA collected from the trash belongs to the father of the person whose DNA was on the knife sheath found beside Maddie at 1122 King Road. He has no idea, basically, that it's game over. Chapter 98, Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, December 29th, 2022. When FBI agents storm the Koberger family home, blowing the door down and the windows out, raiding it and Koberger's car, they have warrants for anything and everything that could connect him to the murders at 1122 King Road. Pennsylvania State Trooper Justin Leary signs his name to each of the two long lists that go into the FBI's receipt of property document, which will be made public months later. From Brian's car, they take swabs, Ziploc bag with pink zipper, 7 quarters, plastic baggie with green zipper, 36 dimes, 32 nickels, 8 pennies, gloves, receipts, car insurance card, car registration, hiking boots, Comfort Inn room key holder, and stay information, tire irons, shovel, goggles, floor mats, reflective vest, used water bottles, wrench, door panel, seats and seat cushions, headrests, seatbelt, visor, fiber, brake pedal, gas pedal, phone charger, Band-Aid, wrappers, maps, document, seatbelt, boot. From the Koberger family home, they take items that quite obviously could connect Brian to the, quote, firefighter of Dylan Mortenson's half-awake dream. An assortment of clothing, including black face masks, hats, gloves, and boots. Hold up. Was he wearing a reflective vest? Is that why she maybe thought it was a fireman? Could that be? Hold on, y'all. I'm going to check my phone real quick. Okay. They take his phone, laptops, hard drives, computer, and the black box Samsung car navigation system, as well as 3 knives, including a large sheathed Taylor cutlery knife, a gun, a Glock 22, 3 magazines. They also take a flashlight, 2 bags with a green leafy substance, an AT&T phone bill, and a large Craftsman shop vacuum. More tantalizingly on Leary's list are items that are not fully explained, but could suggest a possible motive for murder. It's the inclusion of these that catches the attention of cyber sleuths when the list is made public months later in March. For instance, the list intriguingly mentions a book. It doesn't give a title, with underlinings on page 118. I don't know. Can a reflective vest screw up a camera? You know what I mean? Like if you're on a CCTV, would that reflection fuck up the camera? And would you not be able to see you? Or, like Mike said, was he acting like a city worker and out there using a shovel to bury stuff? I think the Comfort Inn was on the traveling with his dad. All the online forums, the Facebook discussion page, Reddit, TikTok, Instagram, and more will debate for days if this could be underlining on page 118 of Elliot Rodger's manifesto. On that page, Rodger wrote of how he came to select the date of his day of retribution, his act of misogynistic terrorism. After ruling out Halloween because of the heavy law enforcement presence, he decided it would have to be on a normal party weekend. So I set it for some time during November. Then there's the item on Leary's list of a drawing referred to as a man's mind. Could this be a reference to a well-known black and white poster of a man's face in profile with a naked woman erotically arched backward, cleverly drawn into his frontal lobe. The name Sigmund Freud is scribbled underneath. We went over that as well. That's the question posed by Cybersleuth, who posts the drawing side by side with page 118 of Rogers' manifesto and suggests, to much agreement, that both point in the mind of a misogynistic incel who planned a murder that was more or less a copycat of Rogers' 2014 killing spree as a vengeance for all the women who would not sleep with him. Other miscellaneous items are harder for the online community to analyze. These include a note to Dad from Brian. See, hopefully we'll get to see this stuff when everything's released. A note in his desk. A note from Brian to Montana. A criminal psychology book. Other criminology books. A maroon notebook. Documents. And the DeSales University handbook. Why would he keep the DeSales University handbook? I mean, weird. As the items are being seized and documented on the other side of the country in Pullman, it's 10:38 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 1:38 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Chief Jenkins gets the call from Moscow he's been waiting for. Some of Fry's team, led by Sergeant Dustin Blaker, are already en route to sit outside Koberger's Pullman apartment while Jenkins' crew paper and serve the warrants. By 7:15 a.m., the paperwork is done. And while Jenkins' team watches, the Moscow team goes in looking for evidence that ties Koberger to the King Road murders. They take, according to papers filed in court, one nitrile type black glove, one Walmart receipt with one Dickies tag, 2 Marshall's receipts, 2 containers from Bissell Power Force vacuum, or dust container, 8 possible hair strands, 1 fire stick with cord plug, 1 possible animal hair strand, 1 possible hair, 1 possible hair, 1 possible hair, 1 possible hair strand, 1 computer tower, 1 collection of red dark spot collected without testing, 2 cuttings from uncased pillow of reddish brown stain, larger stain tested, 2 top and bottom mattress covers, packaged separately, both labeled C, multiple stains, 1 tested. When this list is published, it isn't just the internet forums that focus on the possible animal hair strand, along with the bloodstains and human hair, of being vital importance. Steve Gonsalves wonders if the hair could belong to Murphy, Kaylee's golden doodle, now in Jack's care. She loved to sleep with Murphy, so the question I want answered is who put Murphy in a separate room that night? If it was Brian Koberger, well, Steve thinks that could have been a costly mistake. Why would that be a costly mistake? It's 3 o'clock. We're on chapter 99. I'm going to take a slight break because this is getting good, but I'm going to take a little break. I got to get something new to drink and take my dogs out. I will be back in 5. This is getting good. So stick around, guys. I'll be right back.
for making it happen. I want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Okay, we're back. Thank you guys. Let's give some shouts out. We got Flo. Thank you so much. I think it's awesome that you covered this case so well. Very little of this is new. And, you know, I'm thinking that as I read it, I'm like, wow, we went over this. Wow, we went over this. Thank you so much, Flo. And Amy C., thank you for your super chat. Thank you, Jay, for putting yourself out there and reading. I appreciate you, and I'm enjoying your live stream. Thank you. I've never done this. This is like a whole new concept, but I'm enjoying it as well. All right, let's continue. I think we'll go for another, like, till like 4 o'clock. See where we are at 4 o'clock. And we might just finish tomorrow because there's about 100 pages left. So let's go until about 4, and then we will pick up whatever we didn't get through today. We'll pick it up tomorrow on Friday. You guys, you think he'll do an interview? I don't know. I'm going to have to pull out a lot of my videos, Amy, because it's so interesting to look at all of this in a book that we have gone over in the past 2.5 years. Cat in the chat, yes, and we streamed it a couple hours ago. So if you actually rewind in the stream, you should be able to find it. Just to clarify, though, the judge has lifted the gag order on the witnesses and the people close to the case, such as like the investigators, the cops, the families, etc. However, we're going to have to wait for the documents to be released because they're going to go through them in batches and redact them and then start releasing them. So it's not going to be anytime real soon. But we also heard that his sister is writing a book. So that means the Kobergers can talk as well. When's his sister's book going to come out, you know? All right, here we go. Chapter 99. Thank you, Sarah Adams. Jay, you have the perfect DJ voice. Always thought so. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that. That was always my dream, was to be a radio DJ. Chapter 99, Monroe County, Pennsylvania, December 30th, 2022. They told him in the Monroe County Correctional Facility in Stroudsburg, or they hold him in the Monroe County Correctional Facility in Stroudsburg, about 25 miles away from his parents' home. And they talked to him for nearly 15 minutes. Now, this is what I want to see. I want to see where Brian Koberger is talking for 15 minutes to these cops. Brian Koberger is charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder for Xana, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee, and 1 count of felony burglary for breaking into 1122 King Road. And we learned throughout this book that it wasn't new that he had broken into homes. He had broken into his friends' homes and God knows what else in PA, right? They've swabbed him for DNA several times. Presumably, the samples are in a lab being analyzed right now. This is December the 30th. But Brian knows no more than that about what law enforcement has on him. According to Idaho law, Brett Payne's probable cause affidavit must remain sealed until the suspect is back in the state. At first, Brian says, I don't need a lawyer. He's calm. When he's asked if he knows what murders they're talking about, he says, of course. Yes, certainly I'm aware of what's going on. I'm 10 miles away from this, he says. And then suddenly he changes his mind. He asks for a lawyer. While he waits, he's given a dark green blanket like suicide prevention vest to wear. As a Fox News reporter explained, suicide prevention vests are used to ensure warmth and comfort while not obstructing the wearer's movements. According to PSP Corp., a maker of tactical and suicide prevention gear, the vests cannot be rolled or torn and prevent inmates from using the fabric to create a weapon or hanging themselves. On the morning of December 30th, Jason LaBar, the chief public defender for Monroe County, comes in to see Brian. LaBar said he was astonished when he first got the call. Of course, he knew about the murders, but for the suspect to be in Monroe County, I did not expect that. LaBar finds that his new client is calm in all of their 4 meetings over the next 3 days. Unusually calm, given the circumstances. Brian tells the lawyer that he was shocked when the agents burst into his parents' home, waving guns in his face. LaBar said in his experience, and he has quite a lot of experience, every defendant reacts differently. Koberger seems to want to chat. It's as if he's got a story he wants to tell LaBar. But the lawyer cuts him off. I really wanted to make sure that Koberger understood that I didn't want to know about the facts and circumstances. Later, LaBar explains to Brian that he's only there to handle the extradition proceedings, that someone in Idaho will be appointed to act as his criminal lawyer, that the only way for Brian to learn why he's been charged with these crimes is to fly back to Idaho. Only then will the probable cause affidavit, the document filed by police with enough in it to justify the arrest and search warrants, be available to him. LaBar is just as in the dark as his client. LaBar is almost surprised by how quickly Brian agrees to waive his rights in Pennsylvania and be extradited. His client wants to understand what the police think they know. He was very candid with me about the extradition, LaBar said, which made his job easier. So did Brian's obviously high intelligence and working knowledge of criminal law. LaBar works with Brian on the wording of what he, in his role as chief public defender, will say to the media. Journalists noticed that it did not explicitly say that he was innocent. On January 31st, LaBar issues that statement. Mr. Koberger has been accused of very serious crimes, but the American justice system cloaks him in a veil of innocence. He should be presumed innocent until proven otherwise, not tried in a court of public opinion. One should not pass judgment about the facts of the case, unless and until a fair trial in court, at which time all sides may be heard and inferences challenged. Mr. Koberger is eager to be exonerated of these charges and looks forward to resolving these matters as promptly as possible. Chapter 100. Monroe County, Pennsylvania, January 3rd, 2023. Dressed in a red prison jumpsuit, Brian walks into the Monroe County Court of Common Pleas in Stroudsburg for the extradition hearing. He looks 3 times at his family. The person he gazes at directly is his father, Michael. Brian even smiles, faintly. As Judge Patty Worthington questions him as to whether he's fully understood that he's waiving his rights in Pennsylvania and will be flown to Idaho to face 4 charges of murder, Mary Ann Koberger collapses. A court official rushes over and provides Kleenex. Mrs. Koberger's eyes are so swollen from crying that she can barely see as proceedings finish. 2 nights ago, the family released a statement that they had worked on with LeBar. First and foremost, we care deeply about the 4 families who have lost their precious children. There are no words that can adequately express the sadness we feel, and we pray each day for them. We will continue to let the legal process unfold. As a family, we will love and support our son and brother. We have fully cooperated with law enforcement agencies in an attempt to seek the truth and promote his presumption of innocence, rather than judge unknown facts and make erroneous assumptions. We request privacy in this matter, as our family and the families suffering loss can move forward through the legal process. After the judge signs the extradition order and they've said goodbye to Brian, who walks out of the courthouse flanked by guards, the Kobergers return to their home with its blown-out windows and doors. Privacy is something they will find they have lost. Chapter 101, Pullman Moscow Regional Airport, Pullman, Washington, January 4th, 2023. The single-prop plane makes 2 refueling stops. First at Willard Airport in Savoy, Illinois, then Rapid City, South Dakota, on its journey from Pennsylvania to Pullman. A sea of law enforcement, members of the Latah County Sheriff's Office, arrive at 5:15 p.m. ahead of the 6:23 scheduled landing. It's pitch dark when Brian gets out, cuffed, but the flashes pop and media can see the distinctive features as he towers over the officers flanking him. He's got a dark winter jacket on over his red prison clothes. Agents load him into a black SUV and make the 8-mile drive to the Latah County Jail beside the courthouse in Moscow, where they book him. Then he waits in a small cell for a lawyer and for the wheels of justice to start turning, moving him towards his eventual trial for mass murder. As far as law enforcement knows, it's Koberger's first time back in Moscow since his brief visit to King Road 4 hours after he allegedly committed the murders. This time, he's here to stay for the unforeseeable future. Part 5, The Blame Game. Chapter 102, Priest Lake, Idaho, December 29th, 2022. It's late, after 10:30 p.m., and the Chapins are heading to bed. Stacy is showering when Jim hears her phone ring. He looks at the caller ID. He knows something big must have happened for Tyson to be calling so late. "Stace, you need to come get this," he yells. Stacy comes out and hears from Barrett that they have just arrested a guy named Brian Koberger. She and Jim go to Hunter and Maisie's bedrooms and tell them the news. That night, for the first time in weeks, Jim's Chapin sleeps well. They all do. Koberger's arrest can't bring Ethan back, but Maisie and Hunter are headed back to UI in a few days, and Maisie was worried that whoever murdered Ethan was still around the campus, lurking. Stacy and Jim assured her that the UI campus right then was probably the safest in the country, but privately, behind their rooms' closed doors, they expressed to each other that maybe Maisie was right to be concerned. So the fact that the police have arrested someone comes as a huge relief. They have no idea what his connection to Ethan is, and they are not interested in finding out. The bottom line is that their son is in a jar in their basement, and nothing can change that. But when Jim sees Koberger's face on the news, weirdly, it resonates. He just looked like a bad guy. The long, drawn face, he just fit the picture that I had in my mind, he said later. Jim is glad they've got him. He wants this guy to pay, and he feels certain that he will, no matter what happens next. Stace will shoot me for saying this, but there's 3 ways you can look at it. He's either going to jail for life, or he's going to be put to death, or he's going to walk out the front door. And I'm okay with any of them, because the outcome for him is going to be the same. What he means is that Koberger is not likely to survive, even if he gets off. This is Idaho, after all. You really think Steve Gonsalves Jim asks months later with a wry smile, is going to sit back while he walks around freely? The answer is no. I love that. And he's right. He's like, even if he gets off, you think Steve Gonsalves is going to let this dude walk around free? Yeah. Either way, he's getting what's coming to him. Chapter 103. Rathdrum, Idaho, December 29th, 2022. There's relief for the Gonsalves family, too, of course, after Tyson Barrett tells them the news. Tomorrow is the joint memorial for Kaylee and Maddie. Now the family can focus on the service without the fear that their murderer is watching. They have no idea what the connection could be between the girls and the guy that the police have captured. This criminology PhD student at WSU. What's the deal with WSU? How and why did the school protect him if he'd been the menace he'd seemed to be on social media? Steve hears Olivia, who is plugged into social media, about all the red flags Koberger exhibited. Students started posting them once the arrest was made public. The more he learns, the angrier he gets. Just because this was a school environment, it seems to him, this guy, Steve doesn't like to use his name, got protections he would not otherwise have had. WSU hasn't published any of the disciplinary problems the school faced with Koberger. Steve Gonsalves isn't going to stop with his own investigations just because they got him in custody. Half the stuff I found and dug up on him, that shit hasn't come out, and it pisses me off. They've really clammed up, he said. Steve plans to keep up the pressure on the prosecution the same way he did on the cops. He's going to search the dark web for any piece of data he can find. He's going to look for this guy's cell records, his social media posts. He's going to leave no digital stone unturned. Steve wants to make sure, absolutely sure, that Bill Thompson gets a conviction. Anything less would not be serving Kaylee. Chapter 104. Pullman, Washington, December 30th, 2022. Journalist Evan Ellis is live on air that Friday when he sees a text from Chief Fry. Holding a press conference at 1 p.m. There are many press conferences held by the Moscow PD these days, so Ellis doesn't pay much attention. This was a mistake, he later realizes, because the chief had never given him a heads up about any of those. Ellis is still on air when the news breaks in Pennsylvania. It's a leak. Agents have arrested Brian Koberger, a WSU criminology PhD student. Oh shit, Ellis thinks, experiencing a rare feeling of shock. The murderer had been walking among them. He needs to report. If Koberger was at WSU, he's been living in Pullman. And if he's been living in Pullman, the Moscow team is going to be raiding his apartment right about now. Ellis phones a source in law enforcement and asks where in the area he might bump into out-of-state authorities executing a search warrant. The source tells him, I'd go to the Steptoe Village apartments. Ellis arrives just as the raid is getting started and records it for his Facebook page. But even as he clocks the scene in front of him, his mind is racing to what comes next. Based on his experience, he fears that the administration at WSU, his alma mater, will go into communications lockdown. My wife works there, and she shows me some of the crap that WSU sends out internally, which is, do not say anything. Do not talk to anybody. This is not happening. You're not talking. And of course, they can't prevent people from doing it, but they're extremely vindictive up there, and everybody is scared. Ellis and the WSU Vice President of Marketing and Communications, Phil Weiler, have had a long contentious relationship. I fight with WSU on a weekly basis, he said, about hiding information and shutting out taxpayers. It's completely disgusting and sad, but WSU has been doing it for years. Today is no different, he thinks. In fact, it's worse. Evan phones Weiler. He texts him. He emails him. Nothing. At noon, the school issues a statement. Law enforcement officials in Pennsylvania have arrested Brian Christopher Koberger, a Washington State University grad student, in connection with a quadruple homicide that took place in Moscow, Idaho in November. On behalf of the WSU Pullman community, I want to offer my sincere thanks to all of the law enforcement agencies that have been working tirelessly to solve this crime, said Elizabeth Chilton, Chancellor of the WSU Pullman campus and WSU Provost. This horrific act has shaken everyone in the Palouse region. We also want to extend our deepest sympathies to the families, friends, and vandal colleagues who were impacted by these murders, Chilton said. We will long feel the loss of these young people in Moscow Pullman community and hope the announcement today will be a step towards healing. This morning, the Washington State University Police Department assisted Idaho law enforcement officials in the execution of search warrants at Mr. Koberger's apartment and office, which are both located in the WSU campus. WSU police are working closely with local, state, and federal law enforcement officials as they continue their investigation. Koberger had completed his first semester as a PhD student in WSU's criminal justice program earlier this month. Ellis thinks this isn't good enough. Where is the transparency? Accountability for hiring Koberger? Any apology? He posts a Facebook video that afternoon in which he repeats Weiler's name 3 times for the effect. We have reached out multiple times to WSU spokesman Phil Weiler for more information on Koberger as a WSU student. Phil Weiler has failed to return any emails, texts, or phone calls in regard to this arrest of a WSU student, doctoral student in criminology, and any more information from WSU on this suspect has been denied at this point, with no response from Mr. Phil Weiler, the spokesman at Washington State University. He later tells his listeners that part of his frustration with the college is based on history that goes back 2 decades. Brian Koberger is not the first high-profile criminal connected to the WSU Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology. En route 270 between Moscow and Pullman, Evan tells his listeners there's a roadside commemorating 3 WSU fatalities. In 2001, a 22-year-old student, Frederick Russell, was charged with vehicular homicide of 3 WSU students and injuring 4 others in a horrific crash on the highway. Fred was drunk at the time. His father, Gregory Russell, was the head of the Criminal Justice Department. Ooh, this is some WSUT. Fred was arrested, but 3 days before he was due to stand before a preliminary hearing, he escaped, accompanied by a WSU criminal justice graduate student and Russell family friend. He spent 6 years on the lam and was featured on the U.S. Marshal's Most Wanted list before being captured in Ireland. In Ireland. Evan doesn't hide his disgust. This is how deep it goes with that dumpster fire of an institution that I went to, he said. As it happens, the mayor of Pullman, Glenn Johnson, who is a regular on Evan's show and a friend of his, also knows the story of the Russells. Mayor Johnson, who holds a master's degree in journalism and a PhD in mass communications, shares Evan's frustrations with WSU's stonewalling. What are you guys talking about? Screenshot of what, y'all? What did I miss? This is new to me as well, Ellie. That the school where he taught classes in subjects like television news and communications management for 35 years before becoming mayor employed the guy arrested for the Moscow murders is a bridge too far, he thinks. Something needs to happen at that school. Something needs to change. So when he finds himself in an emergency meeting with WSU Chancellor Elizabeth Chilton, he says, Elizabeth, in case you hadn't been told, this is the second time there's a bad story coming out of WSU's Criminal Justice Department. He figures she probably does not know about the Russells because she's new. She started in January 2022. So the point is, he says in conclusion, this, he means Koberger, is the second black eye for the WSU Criminal Justice Department. He adds with a flourish, "You only have two eyes." Nick has a fat suit screenshot. Chapter 105, Pullman, Washington, December 30th, 2022. In fact, the Washington State University administration is in total meltdown. Inside Wilson Short Hall, phones are ringing off the hook as the news of Koberger's arrest spreads like wildfire. Professor Snyder is bombarded with calls. So too is Professor Willits. The last people either one wants to engage with right now are members of the media. Willits is distraught. It was he who admitted Koberger. A day or so later, he runs into WSU Chief of Police Gary Jenkins in the corridor. And Willits almost collapsed. Nick was in here? Is that what you said? He was about ready to break down, Jenkins said. He said, "I just feel horrible. I am the one who accepted him in this program," so he felt responsible. As Evan Ellis predicted, the administration's mandate, "Don't give interviews," comes down very quickly from on high to the faculty and the students in the Department of Criminal Justice. That's the message in the email that Ben Roberts and the other members of Koberger's cohort receive from WSU administration. Oh, he subbed up? Oh, he did sub up. Look at.
You're awesome.
Oh, how sweet. Are you waiting your 5 minutes or whatever it is to chat? Ben and the others are in transit back to Pullman after the holiday break when they receive the email, which is shortly followed by a bombardment of emails and calls from the media. Koberger's class list on WSU's website for a further 24 hours before the department takes it down, citing privacy. The students immediately reach out to one another, torn between shock and belief. What had they missed? And worse, as advanced students of criminal minds, how had they missed it? I can't think of a group of people who would be better positioned to see this sort of behavior. The red flags associated with it on their own ranks, Ben said. And we completely didn't see it. Several of them struggle with the idea that Koberger was just there, in their midst, sharing office space and classes. It's one thing to study criminology from the relative safety of academics' ivory tower, but it's another to have a quadruple homicide on your doorstep. So when the graduate students arrive on campus, WSU administrators are ready for them. There's a meeting attended by staff and students in which they learn they will receive psychological support from counselors loaned out by Gary Jenkins' police department. It's much needed. The group feels not only blindsided by what happened, but betrayed. And the curt answers they get from faculty in the meeting don't help much. We enter into criminology because we want to make the world a better place, Ben said. There's a general interest, not really in taking the reins of power, but in figuring out how those reins of power can affect people and how you can service the system to be better. And so when you see somebody run off and do the exact opposite of that and make the world a very, very dark and ugly place for somebody, it sort of really is the ultimate betrayal of everything I think a criminology program stands for. You would think that Ramsland would share that sentiment, right? Instead, she seemed a little excited that she actually trained a killer. Ben and the others are in transit back to Pullman after the holiday break when they received the email, which is shortly followed by a bombardment of emails and calls from the media. Koberger's class list is on WSU's website for a further 24 hours before the department takes it down. Oh, we already read that part. Making things worse is that the group is now under siege on campus. Journalists pose as students. The cohort winds up locking their offices because random strangers mill around, holding their phones, wanting a quote. The cohort locks down. They decide that to protect the members' sanity and for practical reasons of getting on with their work, they'll follow the case, and they'll talk to investigators when they inevitably come to question them. But they no longer want to discuss Bryan Kohberger, even among themselves. Chapter 106, Moscow, Idaho, December 30th, 2022. Dean of Students Blaine Eccles gets up around 6 a.m. and sees he missed a call from Captain Tyson Barrett the night before at around 11. It's rare that he misses phone calls. Usually his wife, Shelley, gets the phone if he can't, but they'd both fallen asleep. He texts the police officer, "Hey, Tyson, what's up?" Before he gets a response, he sees a news flash. Moscow PD is holding a press conference. They've arrested a suspect in Pennsylvania, and he attends Washington State University. Eccles feels like a huge weight just lifted off him. Once we learned that the alleged perpetrator wasn't from our community, that was such a relief, he said. Just knowing what it meant for our students. I knew they'd feel more secure. He texts Jenna Hyatt, the dean of students at WSU. In the weeks since the murder, he's gotten to know Jenna well. The outreach he's received from her has been so overwhelming that he's ashamed that UI hasn't done more for other campuses in tragic times. She's sent counselors to man the UI counseling center so that the UI team could attend the vigil. She sent care packages galore. He considers her a good friend. So now he texts her, sympathizing. The tidal wave that just hit our campus is about to hit you. Whatever she needs, he wants to help. Chapter 107, Moscow, Idaho, December 30th, 2022. Lexi Pattinson, the daughter of local lawyer Mike Pattinson, is pissed. She's on TikTok on her phone watching all these videos WSU students are making about Bryan Kohberger. Apparently, the guy was a TA. Was he hired by a WSU? WSU has a reputation locally for hiding bad news. Lexi knows a lot about this because her mom works there, so she's heard the stories. Their hazing is much worse than ours, she says, explaining that WSU's Greek life, unlike the University of Idaho's, is not regulated by the Interfraternity Council. 3 weeks after Kohberger's arrest, 19-year-old WSU student Luke Tyler dies in bed, a suicide, after being badly hazed, and the school does not issue any statement. That's terrible. Lexi's mom tells her that the staff is very, very upset. She can see on TikTok that Kohberger's former students are talking about all the red flags. His harsh grading of women, his rude remarks to women in class, his aggression, his stalking of someone, and his social difficulties. So where is a statement from WSU about the school's role in this? He was their hire, a teacher, a TA. Lexi said after learning about Kohberger's past disciplinary problems. They haven't even addressed that aspect. And I think that's disgusting. And that reflects on a lot of the community. I know my mom and people that work there were pissed. Her mom will wind up leaving. The only silver lining, and it's a very, very thin one, is that Kohberger's arrest removes a question mark Lexi had about the possible role of someone she went to Moscow High School with, Emma Bailey. Emma lived near the King Road house and would, months later, face drug-related charges in connection with the suspicious death of a UI student. Prosecutors dismissed the case. When the vandal alert went out about an unconscious person and Lexi heard about the murders, she was worried that drugs and Emma were involved. But when she learned it was a knife attack and that drugs were not involved, she stopped suspecting Emma. When Lexi sees all this stuff floating around on TikTok about Koberger and his strange behavior, she's relieved that he's not from Moscow. Even so, she still looks around at the enhanced police presence and the way everyone now locks their cars and doors at night. She realizes the imprint Koberger made on Moscow is going to last a very long time. People think they know how it affected our town, she said, but they don't. It isn't the same. We lock all our doors, all our car doors. Our little town isn't as safe as we thought it was. And in her mind, WSU is primarily to blame. Chapter 108. Montana, December 30th, 2022. Montana. Moscow's mayor, Art Betke, is spending the holidays in his off-the-grid cabin in northwest Montana. And one morning, there's an unexpected knock on the door. It's one of his neighbors. She tells him there's been an arrest in the case. Betke treks with her to the cabin to borrow her Starlink internet connection. He contacts the city council and gets a sneak peek at the arrest and extradition documents. He immediately understands why it took a few weeks for the investigators to get Koberger's DNA. The public does not realize how long DNA analysis takes and believe results should be available in TV crime show timeframes, he said. In my day job as a food scientist, biochemist, I know better. He quickly gets up to speed on Brian Koberger. Thank God the guy is from Pullman and not from Moscow, Betke thinks. And where the hell has Pullman been on this anyway? Have they not been looking out for white Elantras? That was out in the public. And for as far as WSU, for WSU, he thinks, this comes at a tricky juncture. The school has lost its footing. That's the common view in the area. I think they've sort of forgotten why they're supposed to be there, Betke said. You're a land-grant university, which means you should be primarily involved in research associated with agriculture, mining, and forestry issues like that. Instead of which, the school is focused on football. The athletic department has run up a $20 million debt. And now the Pac-12 conference has been depleted because, apart from Oregon State, all the other schools have left. There are rumblings that the faculty is about to deliver a vote of no confidence in the administration. Betke is going to sit back and watch this unfold, with a little bit of schadenfreude. There's a lot of connectivity, for obvious reasons, between Moscow and Pullman. They share an airport and an aquifer, but also an unspoken rivalry. After all, they are in different states. Each houses a different university. It's a source of pride to the Muscovites that many people who work in Pullman live in Moscow, even though it means they have to pay the 5.8% Idaho state income tax. Muscovites believe Moscow has a community spirit, a downtown with lots of bars and restaurants, and that Pullman, situated on its four hills, does not. You go to Pullman at lunch, noontime, things are happening. Go back about 6:30 or 7, it's like tumbleweeds are blowing gently down the streets, Betke said. He launched into a joke. He said he probably shouldn't tell, but what the heck? What's the difference between Pullman and yogurt? The answer is that yogurt has live culture. Damn. They're brutal with each other. Betke says that a sudden switch in focus will turn out to be costly for Pullman. I don't know why, but WSU and Pullman were both completely and utterly unprepared for the attention to shift in their direction. Betke said they were caught flat-footed. Chapter 109, Puerto Aventuras, Mexico. December 30th, 2022. Emily Lant comes down to the kitchen in her pajamas. Hunter Johnson and her parents are already sitting there talking. They found him, her mom says, and she hands Emily her phone. Emily looks at the photo. She's never met this guy. She and Hunter feel certain that neither had Xana or Ethan. Josie and Lyndon check in, and it turns out they've never met him either. Josie immediately searches for Brian Koberger on Instagram, but she's too late. If he had a real footprint there, it's gone. But there's a plethora of fake accounts. She even gets a DM from one of them. Hey, it's Brian. Sorry about your friends. Although she's heard the news she's been hoping for, Emily doesn't feel the emotional release she expected to. Although there was someone arrested, there was no fear that had left my body, she said. She doesn't really believe it can be this guy, some random stranger. It's the one possibility she hadn't thought about. Why would someone unconnected to any of her 4 friends have murdered them? Just like everybody else out there, she said, she expected it to be someone they knew. Over and over again, she reconstructs the events of that night. This guy entering the house, and replays them in her mind. Why Xana? Why did he ignore Dylan? I have wondered a million times over why he walked away and didn't look in the other rooms. If Xana and Ethan, if Maddie and Kaylee, why not the rest, she said. I also try to keep a positive mindset and say, thank God not the rest. Chapter 110, Lehigh County, Pennsylvania, December 30th, 2022. Josh Ferrero is on edge, waiting for the news. Last night, Grace, a friend he works with at the Swim-In Zone, a local pool, told him that her dad was part of the state police team staking out the home of the suspect in the Idaho 4 killings. She tells him it's a former DeSales student. Josh is shocked. He went to DeSales. He studied criminal justice, then spent 3 years as a corrections officer, so he feels he has more understanding than the average person about why people commit serious crimes. The person he's seen locked up, they look like average Joes. They are average Joes, in fact, for most of their lives. But underneath there's an itch, and these people spend their lives waiting for the chance to scratch it. They put themselves in places where the opportunity is readily available. On December 9th, for the heck of it, Josh made a TikTok video suggesting the profile of whoever did this is a single male between the ages of 20 and 30. That because he theorized Moscow was a college town and the suspect would need to blend in. Still, when the face and name of Brian Koberger flash on his TV screen, he's taken back. Something about that name rings a bell. But that face, he doesn't remember that face. Until he checks his phone and sees old emails. Oh shit, he says. It's the ghost. His lab partner on a biology project. The strange guy who showed up promptly for classes, then vanished in his car and drove off to an assortment of jobs. The guy who didn't speak to anyone except the professors, who occasionally hung back to talk to Professors Ramsland and Bolger. When Josh last saw the suspect's face, it was fuller, different. Josh is shocked. Nothing about Koberger stands out in his memory as a red flag. Nothing. Quiet, yes. Strange, yes. Awkward, yes. But a murderer? There's nothing. There's just nothing to the guy, except he was a good student, Josh said. He reaches for his phone and texts as many of his classmates as he can find. Does anyone remember anything peculiar about Brian Koberger? Anything that would indicate he'd turn into a mass murderer? They ask one another the same question. When they look back, what did they miss? Oh, here we go. This one's on Ramsland. We'll read this one before we quit today. Chapter 111, Center Valley, Pennsylvania, December 30th, 2022. DeSales University professor Catherine Ramsland is deeply frustrated. As soon as the news breaks that the suspect arrested for the murders of the Idaho 4 was once a student at DeSales, the university issues an edict to the faculty. No one who taught Brian Koberger is to say anything. So the expert in forensic psychology and extreme offenders finds herself in a truly ironic situation. She's the author of 72 books, more than 1,000 articles, and a Psychology Today blog called Shadowboxing. the tagline for which is a blog that probes the mind's dark secrets. And yet she's not allowed to write a book or talk or write or talk about the one murder case she has personal knowledge of and for which she may or may not be called to testify. The case involving her former student, Brian Koberger. Her inbox and voicemail are cluttered with endless media requests that she has to deny. She reads media reports describing her classes, like her psychological sleuthing class, in the crime scene house where she staged murder scenes using dummy bodies and fake blood and asked the students to be detective. She reads recollections of Koberger as one of the better students, someone who evidently wanted to impress Ramsland by reading her books, including her most well-known, Confession of a Serial Killer, about Dennis Rader, the BTK killer. In articles discussing her classes, including her course on spree murderers like Elliot Rodger, her students tell the media they remember Koberger dedicating himself to the assignments, in particular to Rodger's YouTube video, which was on the syllabus. Classmate Brittany Slavin remembered that he was so advanced that she once peeked at his paper when stuck on a test, knowing he would have the correct answers. Brittany said they spent weeks. Wait, hold on. Classmate Brittany Slavin remembered that he was so advanced. I read that. Brittany said they spent weeks learning from Ramsland via the acronym IS Path Warm. The characteristics that law enforcement should look for to detect a murderer in waiting: ideation, substance abuse, purposelessness, anxiety, trapped, hopelessness, withdrawal, anger, recklessness, and mood changes. What if Koberger had copied Elliot Rodger? The character similarities were there all along. Ramsland's students tell the media they learned from Ramsland that psychopaths like Rodger and Rader are very hard to detect. Chad Petroprin, another student of Ramsland's, said he remembered Koberger as a normal guy. Brian sometimes mentioned going to church and Bible study. But when Chad asked him a question about the Bible, Brian didn't always know the answer. But look at Dennis Rader and what Ramsland taught them. Petiprin said Rader had a son. He had a child. It's like he became a normal person for years. He could have been my church president. Dennis Rader had a son? I thought it was just a daughter. Until, that is, Rader went out and committed murder. Chapter 112, Saylorsburg, Pennsylvania, December 30th, 2022. That little prick, he was in my house all the damn time. When Mark Bayless sees Koberger's image on the TV, he swears. Suddenly it all makes sense. If the guy is capable of murder, he's certainly capable of burglary. Bayless remembers Koberger as clear as day. Always lurking behind his son and nephew. Never saying hello, staring into space. He hadn't connected the dots at the time, but now he's sure of it. Bayless dials the local state troopers and asks them to reactivate the investigation into the series of break-ins he experienced all those years ago. He hadn't been able to figure out who was stealing items from him piecemeal, maybe up to 25 times, taking $30,000 of rare coins, jewelry, and knives from his house out in the woods. The worst of that was that at the time, he'd worried it was some homeless veterans his charity aimed to help. That was a shitty feeling. He'd known it had to be somebody who knew his property well, who could get close enough to watch the house and track his movements. Someone who had the time to sit out in the woods, crumpling up the Reese's peanut butter cup wrappings, dropping them on his land. He just hadn't bothered to think about his son Jack's friends. Until now. This Koberger guy was always around. Until he got into heroin. And then Jack dropped him for a bit. So Mark asked the cops, if this time they could do their job, because he knows who was stealing from him. But it turns out it doesn't matter. The case is no longer in our system. It's too old. We can't do anything, they tell him. Mark's too busy to press further. Looks like the little prick is going to get his comeuppance anyway. Chapter 113, Effort, Pennsylvania, December 30th, 2022. Poor Marianne. All Connie Saba can think of when she sees the news about Brian is his poor parents. All those struggles with Brian, the arguments that he and Michael used to have on the phone when Brian was in her house hanging out with her son Jeremy. Marianne trying to protect Brian from Jeremy. The silent breathing over Connie's phone after Jeremy died. Connie wants to believe the best, but she can't. She knows better than to phone Marianne. That woman is a closed book at the best of times. And this is not the best of times. Connie is going to pray for her. I think we'll stop there for the day. We'll pick up tomorrow on chapter 114 and page 354. We will finish this quickly tomorrow. Yeah, we've got about 70 pages to go. So I think this is a great time to stop and finish for the day. So what do you guys think so far? Are you enjoying it? Yeah, I never heard of a son either. Oh, he had one girl and one boy. I wonder where the boy is. I wonder if the boy just like, doesn't want any part of him anymore. Thank you guys so much for watching today. Let me make sure I've got... Audible says, thank you, Always Groovy. Audible says this is a 10-hour, 57-minute read. You've done it beautifully and in great time. Really? 11-hour read? Jay, you have the perfect DJ voice. Always thought so. Thank you, Sarah Adams. Thank you guys so much for your support. Thank you for being here. If you could hit the thumbs up. I will make another event for tomorrow. We'll finish this off and see what is to come. We don't know. We might get some interviews very quickly. Very quickly here now that that gag order has been rescinded. So I think that's it. Thank you guys so much. I hope you'll replay if you're just joining. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place. Everybody have a fabulous day. Let's run our credits and get out of here. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further? Bring it all in. And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click. It's real easy, man.